Any one of them may be the McCoy. And he'll be to California before we ever get out of these badlands. He isn't to California yet. Don't worry, he's working as hard as we are.
Over the last 3 weeks, 105 teams have competed in over 75 matches to qualify to be here.
Over the next 3 days, we will be providing all of the coverage, highlights, and analysis as we witness the first ever New State Mobile Mashup Grand Finals.
And all the familiar faces are right here.
Like Diamond Dave and Cammy.
No, I'm talking about the teams, man.
Oh, the teams, of course, Burn in Silence, followed by Nature, 4 free points.
Hey, y'all got some new faces here as well. What's up? Your boy Guy Blaze in the building with the boys to break down all the action here this weekend.
16 teams remain. $200,000 are on the line. But only one team can be crowned the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final champions. Welcome to the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. I'm joining you this week as your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and it is a pleasure to be here. And there's another new face on the desk. I've got Guy Blaze over here who's going to be breaking down our replays.
Yo, yes, Rachel, we are in the building for the Mashup Grand Final, and I am so excited to be here. We got the best teams in the world, and a lot of players looking to become professionals for the first time. I know they are going to be bringing maximum energy, Cammy, as you already know, and this is like your perfect introduction on the broadcast.
Yeah, listen, we've had 3 weeks of open qualifiers where we've been able to see some of these players really learn the game, get used to the game, get used to competing at the high level. But now that we have a whole weekend, 3 days of the best 16 teams in the region all competing together, it's going to be even better series of games.
Yeah, absolutely, Cam. You said it. I was here for the New State launch, and the competition has gotten so strong. Let's take a look at the qualifiers and what it took to get here this weekend.
An exciting 4-week-long competition in the fastest growing mobile BR out there. This is going to be competitive. There's a lot of money on the line.
64 players, the loot is increased, just action-packed start to finish. I don't know what we're gonna see, but I kind of like it.
This is the New State Mobile Mashup.
The possibilities are endless. I know it's gonna be good.
The fight is on.
These guys are coming out hot in this match.
Ooh, drops right on top of him, nowhere to go.
He's shooting everywhere. Being able to get those flush balls, he's going to be able to knock one out. Now the Panthers are playing out of their mind right now. That is how you end a game. This is the beginning of North American competitive New State. Now is the time to make a statement. Gentlemen, take us to game number 1.
So this is about to be very contested very, very quickly. And it's getting to be a big, big problem. Rolls right in, nails him in the face. Uh-oh, the ricochet grenade!
Choco Taco is a legend.
Avoid the blue at all costs. This is also what I do in my own games.
6 matches of comp New State.
This is awesome.
Blind firing the smoke. That's called accuracy. The shift goes yoink.
These players are insane.
M249 win again.
Man, I'm looking forward to the 6 matches here tonight. We're gonna go for the jump down, spray down. Got him. This team just will not die. He whiffed. Oh, HP! Hoping that it hits, and it will. M249 reestablishes dominance. But look at this sleeve with the pistol. Absolutely disgusting.
Talk about an out-of-body experience.
A little taste of our players, a little taste of the action to come, but taking us through it all in a big way this weekend. We've got Mustache Dave and Godspeed as our casters. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Oh, I am so good. Thank you so much, Rachel. That is one hell of a desk. And I'm joined by one hell of a casting partner, Mustache Dave. Diamond Dave, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Diamond Dave, doing good, man. Just been grinding some New State,
That's
trying
fair.
to get my rank up and prepare for this, just like the players.
Yep, just like the players indeed. Well, you can't have a grand finals without groups or players. So let's go and go to Group A, the first group we're going to be witnessing today. The team I think everyone probably has their eyes on. 4 free points, formerly known as M249 Fan Club.
Yes, sir. Hopefully they're not going to be 4 free points for the enemy, though, with the new name change. So I'm looking forward to them. I know they've been grinding day and night. And also the Panthers, another team, some heavy hitters. We know that they like to drop. But the Trailer Park, we saw 4 free points kind of clash with them a little bit here during the opens. Will it happen today? We'll find out. Godspeed.
We'll find out. We also have to check out the other group, Group B. Let's go ahead and get them up here. And boom, we have some heavy hitters in here. Again, for me, the team to watch, got to be Burn in Silence, especially Cry.
Burn in Silence. Okay, solid pick, solid pick. I'm going for the Americas because week number 3, nobody was stopping this team here at Godspeed. Nobody.
Absolutely not. Now, I will say there are some teams in there that we didn't really cover in the open qualifiers that potentially, not potentially, actually, we're going to have those teams to talk about here pretty soon. Did you see any of those teams maybe in there?
Yes, I did, sir. I saw those teams, and you know who's going to have us covered with that? Rachel, standing by.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, we call those wild card, and we have our 3 influencers here who are leading their wild card teams. As the guys said, we didn't get to see too much of their play in the qualifying season because we brought them straight to the grand finals. So let's sit down with them now and get to know their rosters a little bit better.
Myself, obviously. We've got Imal. He's an awesome creator and somebody I've been talking to recently and a really good mobile player. Then another one of my really good friends, Atomic. He's an awesome mobile creator, mobile content creator.
So my team consists of Sixless, Citrus, and Sun, and everyone knows of each other, but this is actually going to be the first time that we all collectively put our minds together.
So the main guy in the squad is another A-squad creator named Clutie. Now, he is cracked at New State, and I had him go find 2 additional teammates that I feel are really strong to really make a good run.
Citrus and Sun are actually 2 COD Mobile Battle Royale professionals on 2 of the top teams. And then we have Sixless, who is a PUBG mobile professional, one of the most well-known players in the community right there in the competitive scene.
And then our final teammate, I believe his name is Zach. It's actually Atomic's friend. He asked if he could play with us, and he said he's really good at mobile gaming, so I was like, why not?
I definitely think that our dynamic, it's going to be kind of 4 different leaders working together. I personally feel like I'm a strong IGL, but I haven't really been able to execute that skill set in, just the casual matches.
It would have to be Sixless, just because Sixless is the one who has the most experience in the new state style of play.
The in-game leader is probably going to be either myself or IMAL. We'll have to figure that out as we practice a little bit more, but probably either between us.
I think he's going to be the one that we really rely on to keep an eye out on the timer, being able to call when we need to make rotations or if we should be pushing fights.
So the one guy I'm going to put on notice is Noah. If it's the last match and the leaderboard's not looking too great, you can bet I'm going to be hot dropping Noah just to get a few extra points.
Dear Wynnsanity, thank you, bro. I really do appreciate it, because that means that my squad is going to be able to get a full team wipe worth of points for free. So thank you, and I really do appreciate the help on winning this event.
Wynnsanity and Noah, neither of them knew I was going to be in this, so they've been so focused on each other, which is so perfect. They can just focus on each other and have this little beef, and we can sneak in from the back and take them all out.
The audacity of our influencers already coming in and talking trash when they have not even entered the arena.
You say that, but we actually did get a little bit of a sneak peek at Wynnsanity's team, because his 3 players played under different names under the big pickle for week 3 open qualifiers, and they actually performed very well, winning 3 of the 6 rounds of the final round of 8. So of the 3 influencer teams, that's the one that I'm going to be looking at to perform the best.
All right, Wynnsanity got him a nice little roster that he gets a chance to work with, and they say they're going to be hot dropping each other, but they are in separate groups. So if we do get a chance to see it, it is going to be if they make it to the finals. Now, we do got Surf and Turf and Wynnsanity together in that pool of depth, Cam. As we know, Group A is looking crazy.
Group A is, I'm going to say it, Group A has probably 4 if not more, of the strongest teams in this entire group. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, it is. You don't want to miss a single one of these matches. And actually, let's bring up our schedule for everyone at home who's curious about when these matches take place, especially if you got a favorite influencer in Group A, Group B. Check them out online, give them a follow. But Cam, take me through what the schedule is going to be like.
Yeah, so fortunately, we are going to be seeing both groups both days of the group stage play of today and Saturday. The first 3 matches today, 4 through 6 on Saturday, and at that point, we're going to know who the top 8 teams are, who is going to be advancing to the grand finals of the grand finals, where it's going to be the 6 rounds. That's where you got to lay it on the line. That's where you got to deliver. Of course, you got to get there in the first place. But
Sunday.
Still, exactly.
I know, and a lot of opinions already floating around about who's going to make it to Championship Sunday. I know both of you really came down on some teams that you're supporting here, but Guy, you have selected a team that I think has impressed us all over the course of the qualifiers.
They definitely have, and it's a lot of opinions out there, but it's one squad out there that everyone is very decided on, and that's M249, now rebranded as 4 Free Points. This squad has came out and absolutely dominated the competition, coming out here with 18 wins across 73 matches. When it comes down to their damage, just over 115K, 554 eliminations. They've been absolutely slaughtering these lobbies, Rachel. And also, too, the points, all right? They've racked over 1,000 points, qualifying points between placement and eliminations. The next team below them, 400 points behind them, all right? They have been dominating, and hey, when it comes down to this tournament, we'll see if they can continue that pace.
All right, are they getting the Guy Blaze Award for blazing?
Boy, 100%, the stamp of approval right there, blazing all weekend.
I should have practiced that in rehearsal. That wasn't good. I'm sorry, guys.
That was solid.
That was good.
Got me hyped.
What do you mean? Yeah.
Yes. All right, Toffees, that was for you, bud. Well, Cam, I know you came ready with a team to talk about too, and you are the one who had eyes on all these teams throughout the qualifiers. I'm trusting you on this.
So, M249 now 4 free points. Very good team to pick. They definitely came out of the gates running full steam ahead. What's really good about that team is that they play very loose, very kill-focused. The problem is, towards the end of a lot of the qualifiers, it started to look maybe a little too loose, and it's actually the Panthers that was looking the best in terms of like the weeks leading up until now, probably the more indicative of what form they're going to have this weekend. They're not as flashy, they're not as chaotic, they're not going to maybe have as many highlight reel moments, but they get the points, and that's really what matters. They just look like such a solid team. The fundamentals are there, and they know, most importantly, how to get into the late game and abuse positioning there to make sure that no one can steal a win from them. When I said that the Big Pickle won 3 of the rounds in the final round of 8 last weekend, the Panthers won all the other 3. So bringing out the numbers, really making sure to deliver, and they are getting on average just over 12 points per game throughout all of their games in the qualifiers, and that's really what you want to be looking at to win an entire event. If you're looking at the round of 8s, you're generally looking between 12 to 14 points per game, and so they're on mark to hit that this weekend.
And Cam hits a valuable point there too as well, okay? Because especially with the points breakdown this weekend, all right? 10 points for first place, a point per kill. You're going to have to be out here absolutely fragging it. Let's not forget the MVP award is going to be given out to the top fragger out there.
A lot of good information to consider, especially as we head on into our first match of the grand final. I'm going to give it back over to Godspeed and Mustache Dave. Let's kick it off.
Thank you so much. I'm ecstatic to get this game started, and specifically because we're starting out with what our fabulous Des talked about, the quote-unquote group of death, Dave.
It's going to be a spicy one. We got 4 free points. Going to be looking at Blaze's squad right there, and then Cammy's squad, the Panthers. So those 2 teams in particular, are they going to start game number 1 super hyped, super, straight out the gate, just looking for those elim points?
Yeah, true.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so.
But here's the thing for me as well. We already know we have Panthers, 4 free points. We have some other just absolute bangers in that group. But for me, I'm curious how SurfnTurf is going to do, man, because SurfnBoy, I had a chance to play with him a little bit during the launch event of New State. That was an absolute blast. And he's really good, man, and his squad is kind of fire.
Well, you know what? We're going to see how good he is because, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go to game number 1 here, Godspeed.
All right, and here we go, baby. Game number 1, the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. And, I can't... There's so many things to talk about, specifically, Dave, when we talk about the meta that is starting to form in this game. Obviously, this is a BR experience that is somewhat familiar to some, but it's got a lot of new tools in here for the players to utilize.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about it because we saw during the Opens, we saw during the influencer qualifiers, the drone credits, man. I'm gonna be talking about the drone credits all weekend long. You better be prepared because I got it written down here. Straight out the gate here, Godspeed. The Panthers heading to Trailer Park. It looks like the Hall. This is a big one. The Hall, formerly known as M249, now 4 free points. They might have another team dropping with them here, so we're gonna have to keep tabs with that. And guess whose team it is? SurfnBoy, son. SurfnBoy.
SurfnBoy's team, indeed. Again, the squad is made up of not only influencers, but just really raw, talented mobile fraggers, if I'm being quite honest with you. And so this is going to be very exciting for me, at the very least, to see how they drop in. And Exhibit Hall, that's not a bad place for a nice little hot drop, Dave.
Yeah, not at all. The thing is, 4 free points. They practice this drop every single day. And their strategy is to drop on the top levels and let the other enemies drop below them, so they already have the clear advantage. And I believe with that in mind, SurfnBoy's team is going to be just gliding right past that. They don't want no smoke. They don't want that smoke.
Any of that smoke, man. Starting this early, maybe if they start to feel it a little later in the game, we might see that. But shots already starting to ring out. That is going to be 4 free points. Trying to find some shots onto SurfnTurf, but they're not going to quite get anything. Atomic did take some damage, though. A little thing to note about that. We also had it look like another potential hot drop on the map down towards the south, which was Pure and Buhos, I believe. But that one did not pop off either, because these teams, again, going into game 1, everyone's just trying to feel themselves out, right? They're not exactly trying to get in these early fights, still testing you know, the waters, and we'll see how it plays out for the rest of this as far as this early game.
Yes, sir, and that's to be expected. You know, you want to come into game number 1. Obviously, you and I, we're just masters of chaos. We want to see the teams hot drop each other, get a couple elim points. But when you're looking at the format of the tournament, you got today, you got tomorrow. Each group is only going to be playing 6 matches. And then at the end of those 6 matches, you got to be top 4 in your group to make it to the grand finals, where there's a ton of money on the line. So hot dropping early, just not the call, not the play. There's just too much to risk with hot dropping that early.
And that's a beautiful point as well, because we saw a lot of hot dropping during the qualifiers, whether it was the influencer event or just the open qualifiers themselves. And I think the reason being is, again, you only have a limited amount of games, 6 games to qualify for $200,000.
Nothing. That's nothing, dude.
Those are exactly. There's not many games at all to do that in, and because these guys are coming in basically kind of cold, they don't know exactly what the strats are. Obviously, we have now thrown these influencer teams into the mix. It's gonna be chaos. I mean, especially once we get into game, I think 2 and 3 for these groups.
Mix it up, baby. And let's be real. Let's talk about it. Now that things are a little slower. Let's talk about it. You got SurfnBoy. That's your squad. You picked it in the pre-show.
I do like this. Yes.
Okay.
I do like this team.
Making that clear, because I want to make it clear that when we look at the influencer teams, I'm going Wynnsanity all day long. Wynnsanity has been on the grind, making new state content for a solid month now. I've been tuning into his streams, and not only that, Cameron D on the desk mentioned it. This team, they played last week as the Big Pickles, and they dominated. They were the Big Pickles. I mean, think about it. Think about it. So they're coming into today warmed up.
And speaking of warmed up, these drones getting warmed up, getting fired off very early in the game. You were a big proprietor as far as the drone shop, and I have to agree, between all the different options. I mean, let's actually just talk about it real quick, because it does add multiple elements and layers to this game that previous BRs on mobile didn't really have, and that is the ability to, for instance, res a teammate early, maybe go for an aggressive fight. You also have the ability to just get a scout drone if you're trying to get something going as far as finding some information for your team. You have deployable shields. I mean, you have gun customization kits. Break some. What's your favorite part of this?
Favorite part? The custom kits, man. The custom kits, they just change it up 360. And this last week, I've been practicing myself with the custom SCAR. You get that kit, you get 50 bullets in the magazine. And, you know, me, I'm in Diamond. I gotta have that extra spray, you know, to hit my shot. Now, these players probably all on Conquer. They probably don't need that. And talking about the custom kits, look at this. King already with the custom kit 1. So that's going to give that pizza magazine on the top more bullets, you know, more ammunition for that nice spray down here, Godspeed.
I mean, another nice little addition here for the... This is actually really interesting to me. So coming from PC, you didn't really see the Tommy gun very much, and rarely, very rarely, unless it was like dead early game, would you see the dinner plate. You know what I mean? The DP. And so coming to mobile, I mean, those guns are not only utilized quite often, but they're utilized to devastating effect, and that's been interesting to me to watch SMGs as well being used even mid game at pretty decent distances, and I like that. I actually kind of like the variants that we have in weaponry when it comes to New State.
Tommy gun, OP, baby. Tommy gun. I believe with the custom kit now, I don't rock the Tommy kit personally, but I think you can put it 6 times on that thing, and I don't know if you need it 6 times for a Tommy gun, but yeah, just that added versatile, you know, mindset over there. I put the 2 times on it, but here we are, STX, one of the teams that going back to the opens, and you know, we're still talking drone credits here. It is early game, but going back to the opens, one of the teams that utilized the drone credits to its maximum potential here. And I'm talking every single game, you would see one of their players like Jedi with the drone scout, just poking at the enemies, getting that intel, and using that intel to plan their next rotation. Not only did they use the drone scout a lot, they also were one of the only teams that late game, always with the deployable shields. And with these zones that we have, the dynamic zones, there's a lot of end circles with the fields in play, open roads in play. You need the shields, Godspeed.
You do need the shields, especially, again, if you're caught in those late game situations. But speaking of intel, if I'm not mistaken, we actually have Cam standing by. What do you got for us, Cam?
Yes, so we're still waiting for this first zone to close, but as you guys were talking about at the beginning of the game, no one has fought yet. which means that there is a very big chance. We do see a cluster of players all around here that are still trying to rotate through, but depending on where the next zone goes, that could force the action for teams that have been trying to avoid it all the way up until now, and so hopefully they're going to get ready. I'm hearing some gunshots though, so I don't want to hold you guys anymore. Let's go back to you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Cam. And yeah, that's a really good point, especially as we're playing BR Extreme Realm, right? These circles are much quicker, which means that, to Cam's point, it's going to start pushing these players closer and closer. There's actually a perfect shift. Cam basically called it. It's going to force everyone into that area just southeast of Exhibit Hall, which is going to be a mess right in between Mesa.
Yes, sir. And Mesa is going to be holding down Wynnssanity's squad right there on that east side, and STX is going to be strolling in through Factory. So I'm looking at the hall still. I know the squad of 4 easy points, they told me coming into today's matches, they wanted to play today, day 1, nice and slow, nice and steady. Personally, I feel like they could have played the edge right there. I know playing the edge, it makes it a little easier to call in those drones, use those credits, but instead, they opted for a more off-center position on the high ground. And now they're going to be in a nice spot, kind of overlooking all these squads up to the north.
Yep, up to the north indeed. And that's really important as well, getting that information, especially using those drones, Dave. We've seen those drones come into play time and time again, getting those scouting positions without actually losing a player. I mean, that's so important, especially, again, coming from PC. That's not something you can afford. You can't just drone. You have to actually send a player out to scout. And I want to say 50% of the time you'll lose that player. And so here we go. We are with Pure. This is actually also one of my favorite teams to watch. They've been pretty much playing since the first open qualifier. They've been on fire, man, especially Cross. Cross is actually my favorite player on this team just because of his aggression and his mechanics. His mechanics are actually really nutty.
Yeah, one thing I can say about Cross is that paying attention to this team over the last 3 weeks is that Cross is a really good initial scouter for the squad. Always in the front lines, always looking for that optimal position, that power position, and not afraid to take one for the team. And talking about taking one for the team, you could easily do that with that scouting kind of role, because all it takes is one green flare, and you can easily get called back. So, yeah, shout out to Cross right there for being the scout from Pure Love.
Also, a huge shout out to these skins. Some of the new state skins are probably some of the coolest skins I've seen in VR, whether that's on PC or mobile. So really love the skins. Surfin is actually getting a tag. That's going to be is that the first knock? I think that's the first knock of the event. It's going to be SurfnBoy, which does not bode well for my team.
Your team, dude. And whose team is taking the knocks? I'm just going to say 4 free points. Your boy, Mustache Dave. I am the conductor of the fan club here, and I like how they got the high ground position. And one thing to note about that knock, they're not going to push down there, but that intel, they know exactly who is in that compound now. So with that information, who knows? Depending on the next circle shift, they might just crash it.
Well, you also have to realize, right? Oh, actually, it looks like a knock was traded back. I'm not sure if it was indeed from Surf and Turf, but that's a really good point that you bring up, because even if you don't push initially on a knock like that, what you're doing is you're damaging helmets, you're damaging vests. Maybe the compound they're in doesn't have that many vests. Maybe they weren't even able to stockpile some vests in like a vehicle in a trunk somewhere. And so that's going to make them much more weaker when you're actually going to push them later in the game if you have to. But as you said, 4 free points is in such a strong position. Yes, they're center. Yes, they're on a high hill, and they potentially could get surrounded. But if they keep their vectors clear, at the very least, put pressure on other teams, they should actually funnel those teams into each other rather than themselves.
Keeping them vectors clear and them vectors
Look at the vehicles. I'm sure they have
upgraded.
loot in there. They've got to have loot in those bad boys.
Oh, they're good to go, man. They are good to go. They've been calling in drone after drone here. And looking at the north of this zone, just to keep tabs, you know, bigger picture, looks like the Panthers are going to be next to another squad here. So I'll keep you informed with that one, because right now Wynnsanity with the SLR looking for some nice little knocks over here.
Tires actually.
Looking for
very
some
smart.
nice knocks.
I like that. It's like Tires going for knocks. They've done a little bit of damage as well, and so Team Wynnsanity here, or Team Sanity, I should say. I have to give Wynn a huge shout out. Listening to him during his influence event, he was phenomenal on camera. Like almost as if I'd even asked, like, has he done this before? Yeah, I mean, he was just great, and like the knowledge that he was bringing to the table. So, man, if you picked Team Sanity, I don't blame you at all. That not only is Wynnsanity himself great, but his team, as you said, are just filled with absolute killers as they're just holding sidelines. and just really bullying Buhos, really not letting them get out, shooting tires. Love to see it.
Yeah, I like how
not
you
if you're
said
Buhos,
this is like an out-of-body experience, kind of like what I'm having here in this beautiful studio, by the way. Just big chilling out here, so shout out to everybody involved with that. But yeah, looks like popping them tires, taking away that utility for future use. And they're also, look at that drone scout in the air, that little eyeball over here. It's like Cloudy going to be looking for some intel. They already know there's a team over here, so at this point, it's kind of just like, you know, poking the bear a little bit.
Well, this also allows potentially for a reposition, right? If someone wants to go for a wider angle on Team Sanity, they can, because the drone is kind of watching that. And they can also just make sure that no one's pushing them around. Because if you're going to be sitting in a compound, the way Team Sanity is, making a lot of noise, you might attract some attention.
Yeah, it is definitely attracting attention here, especially with those SOLRs over there. And so, okay, so you were kind of right there. Instead of going down there to Buhos Gaming, they're looking more center up there on top of the hill, where 4 easy points are currently occupying it. So they know where 2 teams are in the lobby out of 8. Keep that in mind. They know.
Oh, they know. And another thing that's going to be interesting here is, now we've seen this shift, is how are the teams on the outside, for instance, the Panthers and also Strangers BD, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to have to rotate in. They could go for a wider wrap on the west side, but that's going to get very busy very quick, as we see shots. SurfnBoy is actually going to be taking shots at Syntax, trying to make a little crash there, and they're going to think twice of it.
Jason from across the way catching one right there, the one-tap dirt nap, and unfortunate for SurfnBoy's squad. They applied a lot of damage, but they just weren't able to get the flush. And even this early on, I know there's not a lot of teams or enemies taken out so far, but this early on, there's also the opportunity. We talk about the drone store. There's the opportunity to call in that green flare and get your flush teammate back up. So I'll keep tabs on the feed for that.
Absolutely. And with those flares, though, you got to remember, it comes a risk. Players can absolutely kind of clay pigeons out of the sky, if you will. We've seen a lot of people coming down just kind of getting shredded, but I do like the reposition for a second from Syntax. They've backed up a little bit, reassess, see if they can either potentially get their teammate back up, if they can pull some drone candidates together, or if they want to reassess the hit, or maybe go for a different wrap. And again, in this situation, in the very first game, a lot of these teams still feeling themselves out. Syntax obviously trying to get some information after losing a player and see what they can do from here.
Nice and slow, right? Nice and slow. This is only game 1. You do not want to overextend, be over-aggressive, and get flushed out the first team in the lobby, because you're not going to get any points for that. And we see STX Jedi in the front lines. We heard all season long the passion from the caveman. And you're talking about STX, their team. They are good at utilizing the deployable shields for that late game. The problem is they need to make it to the late game right now, and there's a lot of teams on that east side with a nice advantage, a nice gatekeeping position onto STX.
At the very least, though, Syntax does have vehicles, right? They have multiple vehicles, at least 2 to their disposal, and the fact that they have that is going to help them a lot, especially if they have to end up somewhere in the open. We'll have to see, but at the very least, if they crash, it's not just one point of interest for a team to focus on. They might be able to get maybe sneak 2 members in. We'll see, as they are going for a rotation right now on the edge of the circle on the east side.
They got the Electron, all right? The healthiest vehicle, the bus, the healthiest vehicle in the game. That thing is
thick.
A tank. It is thick, dude. One of my favorite vehicles here. And looks like the Panthers.
Not surprising.
What? Whoa.
It's a really good vehicle to use for cover, man.
That's how you get the diamond, baby.
That's true.
That's how you get the diamond. Just cruise on the Electron and just, you know, splat, if you know what I'm talking about.
I absolutely do.
STX, they were able to get right there on the edge of Mesa. They're going to be right behind Wynnsanity squad here, who are already looking in that direction. Maple with the M24. I have a nice little scope over there. So STX, they need to be careful over here on this east side.
They absolutely do. I'm also looking at Buho on the south. I really like where Team Sanity is as far as their positioning, and they could really wrap this hill. The problem for them is going to be Buhos there on the south side.
At least 2. It's STX.
So we'll see if that is a factor indeed, but
Team comms, baby.
Yeah, team comms. I love team comms, man.
I need some more of that. Strangers BD, 2-2 split on the west side. They got 2 up there in those fields, those flower fields, a ton of sight lines, a lot of open space, and then 2 Flash God and Venom down in the south. So right now, Strangers BD holding a lot of terrain and just kind of studying and talking to the players a little bit about how these end zones tend to favor the roads and the open fields. Strangers BD, they have a really strong power position, in my opinion. And yes, the duo in the south, they're in play. They got the spot.
I honestly love that, Dave, because that shows me confidence, right? If you're willing to do a 2-2 split in this lobby with these teams, right, like at this level, first game, you're like, you know what, let's just do a split. If we get crashed, we can crash. We'll hold that. And look what it's done. It's actually netted them a beautiful position. If that had shifted differently, maybe they would have wanted to go north, but now they can sit on the west side and pretty much control everyone coming in on the south or the bottom, because you are going to have 4 free points on the top side, basically shooting down and raining hell from above.
The thing is, 4 free points.
Oh! That was a heady. I think that was a headshot right on.
By drip, big drip right there. And look at this. Wynnsanity squad, Cloudy, already looking to reposition and find a center position.
But that's going to delay.
Zone. Yeah, exactly. That's going to delay them because now they're focusing as a tag team to pick up Wynnsanity as quick as possible.
It looks like FlashGod here from Strangers BD has taken even more of an aggressive position here, taking that shack as a forward position. I do love that because now he's going to be able to shoot everyone else off like Cloudy, as well as just maintain for his team who is just sitting comfortably behind him. A beautiful heads-up play for them. And then this is the rotation I was worried about as far as the wrap south. It's going to be Buhos versus Team Sanity.
And don't count on STX. They're in the blue, wrapping all the way down in the south. So this is going to be messy as Buhos Gaming already set up in a power position. They got the compound. They got Nightmare with the MG3. That thing rips, the fastest firing weapon, doing the most damage right here. And then Martin with the upgraded mini over here.
I will say though, upgraded mini is great, but with a red dot, because he's not able to find another scope, or maybe he just prefers a red dot. Who knows? But now this fight is getting a little hairy as we see smokes coming down, and there's another crash. It's actually be Syntax coming in. Caveman right out of the car is gonna get knocked, and Clody going for it. And that, oh my goodness, this is wild. It's gonna be knock and knock, trade after trade. Jedi going down. Maple trying to find something from inside the shack. Dave.
Maple said M249, and that is all I need. And I was looking at Jedi. Jedi has been that clutch player for STX with the MP5K, but I think the third party, just too much to deal with from STX right there on that push.
This is a huge opportunity. Buhos should have known that there was multiple knocks. Looking at the kill feed, this is a golden opportunity for them to potentially push out and just wipe another team off the field, but now they can't. Teams behind them. It's going to be... Actually, it's going to be SurfnBoy's team right behind him. Surf and Turf trying to go for the shots, just barely misses now, and this is where chaos truly does ensue all the way on the south side, Dave.
Snaking right behind Wynnsanity and the STX defend right there. And Buhos Gaming, if I know them, they like to play this one slow.
Yes.
They like to play this one really passive. I like how you pointed out that was a nice opportunity for them to really capitalize on that push, but they're still big chilling in the hard cover, just firing on through these smokes right now.
And look, I do love the utility, though, coming out from Surf and Turf, knowing that they have to cover themselves with smoke. Looting that utility early was very, very intelligent. They are caught in a rough position as we see that barricade from Pure getting absolutely destroyed. Wait a second here. There might be...
Dude, I want to see someone pull up with a grenade. Pull up with a grenade right there and just wipe them out, because right now, the little metal box, the tin box, the death box, I'm going to call it, not in the next zone here. Godspeed.
Yeah, that's why I'm so confused. While these shots going down, no one has actually been able to get a good push on this, and for good reason. They do have a lot of smokes, but I mean, they're within grenade range, Dave.
It's got to be Buhos. Buhos need to make a move. This is a team who has been playing all 3 weeks, super passive, super chill, and really just trying to show up late game with all the numbers alive. But right now, toss a couple smokes, make the push, get that grenade in that tin box, and take them out, Buhos.
Listen to the comms here. We have team comms right here. Looks like they are trying to make that push. But another thing to note, though, 4 free points on the north side of the circle is actually setting up for beautiful control for when this fight actually does settle. It looks like Buho Martin is going to try to come around. They're not 2 knocked already. Team Sanity is actually holding them off.
Oh, man, they're doing a good job. Sam on the outskirts with the UMP looking for that spray down, but we got Drip with the upgraded Vector. Knocked out right there.
It's going to be another knock. Team Sanity is actually still holding on, and they are going to survive with 2 members knocked. Excuse me, just 1 member. They actually still have 3 members alive.
And who's big chillin'? Who's big chillin'? 4 free points. With the 2-2 split up there in the north, they have nothing but zone control right now. I just want to see them not throw this one. This first chicken dinner is within their grasp right now. Godspeed.
Yeah, this is Strangers BD with just 1 member up, 3 knocked. You have Team Sanity with 3 members up, and then you still have, like you said, that 4 free points strong as a 4-man. I mean, and this circle is basically good for nobody. I mean, this is just whoever is going to survive this last one. Shots are going to go out. Looks like 4 free points is going to get 2 knocks onto them as Team Sanity is still fighting.
Dude, the 2-2 split, the 2-2 split right there from 4 free points. The duo on the outskirts holding down Team Wynnsanity. They just got annihilated right there behind that boulder.
So we hear some team callouts here.
10 elim points.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I really do feel like they were dead to rights in that shack multiple times, but just the fact that they were able to fight out of that now and pretty much just narrow it down to a 3v1v1. I'm not sure if 4 free points is going to be able to get that res and make it at least put 2 members in their favor, but I mean, this is looking so dominant and all but, I don't want to say impossible, but very improbable as there it is, the very first chicken dinner of the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final is going to go to none other than Team Sanity.
Hey, listen, I picked Wynnsanity team and I picked 4 easy points, all right? At least one of my horses won this game, so shout out to them. They had 10 elim points minimum.
That's like picking the 2 strongest horses. You know, I
know how to pick them. I know how to pick them.
No, that's totally fair. I could have chosen those teams as well. I didn't. I still feel like what we saw from Surf and Turf was pretty good. Again, this is just the first game, but the dominance and the ability to survive there still just surprises the hell out of me. I mean, I really thought they were dead.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at 4 easy points. The 2-2 split, just too much for them to hold down late game because they had multiple enemies looking up there behind those boulders. And I think they underestimated those sight lines that they were exposed to. I can say deployable shields would have definitely helped with those sight lines.
True.
But shout out to Kitty Cat trying to get that grenade over there. Yeah. If that grenade would have landed onto Wynnsanity squad, that would have been them done and dusted. But Wynnsanity, dude, hey, Wynnsanity, shout out to you, man. The first chicken dinner, a ton of elim points. Hey, Cameron talked about this team, the big pickle last week.
The big
looking like
pickle,
the big
man.
chicken here.
Well, that is just going to be it for game 1 for us here. We have plenty more to go, but stay tuned. I'm sure Odessa is going to want to break that one down for you.
Certifiable Wynnsanity here at the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We kicked off Group A with the first match of the day, and Blaze, we are already seeing some unexpected results.
We truly are. I gotta say, that first drop was absolutely Wynnsanity, okay? It's the name of the title. I gotta use at least one time.
You gotta give it to
But
him.
what made it so insane? Well, you know, for the first thing, we didn't even get our first kill for like the first 13 minutes of the game. That just shows how tense this lobby was. But as we started to move on over towards that late game circle, there was two teams who had prime positioning. That was Strangers BD controlling the west side of the map, and that was Buho's Gaming controlling the south side of the map. They looked good, right? But as that circle started to pull in, Rachel, you saw Wynnsanity and Co. They said, you know what? We need some positioning. They take the little hut. They bunkered down inside. Now, that hut, right? They didn't have no room whatsoever. One nade come through, they all die, right? But check this out. Syntax drove in, and they had such confidence. They say, we need this positioning, right? Get slaughtered. The first multi-kills coming through in the game for Wynnsanity. Then from there, Buho's Gaming looking on the outside in that lower bunker. From there, they had to be scared. They had to be scared because they had to make a play. You definitely did feel it in those last moments of the game. Buho's Gaming, they had to push forward, take that positioning, but they waited to the last moment. They saw Syntax get obliterated. It was like, all right, where do we want to go? They get obliterated as well. From there, Wynnsanity and Co., they just started picking up kill after kill. Four free points. They made a run for it at the end, as well as Strangers BD, but it was just Wynnsanity with all the momentum. They clean house.
It was impressive to watch, and it left a big impression on our standings. Of course, first match of the day. Let's look at where our teams sit. Team Sanity on top, picking up the elims, picking up the chicken dinner, but 4 free points, Blaze.
Yeah, they got some points up there, but you know they were all free points for Team Sanity at the end, okay? As they were able to topple up on them, plus 10 on the scoreboard. What a crazy matchup to kick this one off.
What a great match. What an awesome way to start the day. But I know we've got a lot more New State to go, so I'm going to give it right back to our casters. Let's get into Game 2 with Godspeed and Mustache Dave.
Getting right back into it, Dave. That's exactly how I love to see it. And you know what else I actually really love to see? Aside from the amazing breakdown of that desk here, it's actually, I want to talk about Strangers BD. Again, that split, the fact that they had that kind of heads-up play to split that early. They didn't really care of the consequences of potentially getting crashed by a team in that 2-2. I really love the precedent that actually sets for the rest of the games here.
Consistent points. That's all you need. If you could show up here in your 3-6 matches in total, get these consistent points. We're talking placement points. We're talking elim points. Top 4 is the goal for your group. That's all you need. Nothing too fancy. Top 4, make it to the Super Sunday, we're calling it out here, and do whatever you can do to not end up in last place like we saw from STX this last game.
Yeah, and again, to remind everyone, it's only 6 games to qualify. And it's only 6 games once we actually get to the grand final. So
baby.
these teams are going to have to do quite a bit in a very short amount of time as far as getting used to each other's drops, getting used to each other's rotations, as well as how aggressive some of these teams are getting. Because as the Death stated earlier, we didn't really see a lot of aggression. We saw some shots getting kind of sent here or there, a few knocks actually, but no real kills. And I think the reason is again, players trying to get used to the teams.
Big chillin' day one, baby. Big chill. You got to feel them out, man. You got to see exactly what your opponents are going to do. If they're going to be aggressive, then you need to be a little aggressive. But if everyone's big chilling, you know, going for placement points, that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Talking about doing it. Game 2, we're doing it. Talk about we're doing game 2.
Absolutely. We are indeed going straight into game 2, and that is what you absolutely love to see.
I love to see it.
Here's the other thing I love to see. Will Team Sanity continue their pressure?
If they have a metal box late game, yes. That's all they need. Wynnsanity team, metal box, easy, GG, winner, chicken dinner. You can have it all day long. Every time you say what you like to see, I'm thinking you're gonna say me because I'm standing right next to you.
You're looking real.
You keep saying what you like to see, not Dave. It's just like, man.
Listen, we got to give some shot to other people every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? We can't all be yours.
That's fine. It's okay, man. So looking at the zone, Trailer Park, the Panthers. Everybody knows the Panthers go there. The Panthers not having the best game number 1 here, and we're looking at a couple of these teams just throughout the different open qualifiers. They have time to practice that mental game. If you don't have a good game, forget about it.
Just reset. Yep.
Reset. Reset. You know, forget about it. You got 2 more games to go. And talking about 2 more games to go, the Panthers, they're going to need to be on their lookout over here because there's about 2 other squads in the general area of Trailer Park.
Here's the interesting thing as well for me is everyone knows the Panthers likes to go, yes, at Trailer Park, but we actually had Strangers BD go towards Buhos just to the north, and they actually split off and decided, okay, we don't want a hot drop, but the problem is they kind of put themselves, as you said, very close to the Panthers, so they're definitely going to have to watch out. Look for the northwest to kind of have a little bit of a scuffle, so to speak, early as these teams try to rotate in, at the very least as far as Buhos tries to come in. And then moving over to Team Center, just looks like business as usual. College is driving around, maybe going to loot a compound or 2, some of these proud buildings, who knows.
And what's surprising to me here, Strangers BD recently qualified last week.
Like really recently.
Yeah, week number 3, right? So for them to qualify week number 3, come into match number 1. I know we only played 1 game, all right? So I'm not trying to get too far ahead of myself, but at the end of the day...
It's only 6 games, though. I mean,
there's only 5. Yeah. There's only 5 for this group here. So if they can just kind of maintain... Strangers BD, they might just be going to the grand finals already. I liked how they were the only team last game to utilize that 2-2 split. And you talked about it. Yeah. It takes confidence. And I want to kind of ask you here because, you know, you got some pro player experience in your belt and your background here.
Once upon a time.
What does it take to get that type of confidence, and how do you hold on to that confidence?
I feel like a big part of it is prep. I feel like if you prep correctly, then realistically, all those high-pressure moments and all those things that you're doing in game in a grand final setting is basically the same stuff you were doing in prep. You know, so there really shouldn't be that extra pressure, and it should build the confidence going to practice. Now, as far as how much these guys have put into it, obviously a good amount, the fact that they made it to the open qualifiers, or through the open qualifiers, and that'd be really cool to see them in the finals. But yeah, I think prep and then just knowing your ability when you get in a gunfight, not worrying about who you're fighting, just making sure that you're doing everything that you'd practice to do.
Prep makes perfect.
That's all I got.
Makes perfect. That's a lot, though. The thing is, do they got the confidence here to possibly push out the Panthers in Trailer Park, or at least kind of, you know, surround Trailer Park and gatekeep them in a sense? Do you think they got that much confidence?
I mean, that's the thing. You can go in with as much prep as you want, and as I say that, but you get in 1 or 2 maybe bad fights, and that is possible. As much as I hate to see it, as much as it sucks because it has happened to me in the past, you kind of you doubt yourself, right? You're like, wow, we just got really hard flanks. You know, that was a really rough fight for us, and then it happens 2 games in a row. All of a sudden, you start to doubt. Now, I don't think that's anywhere near the point that Strangers BD or any of these teams are just yet. As we said, just 1 game. But watch for that. You know, watch for the teams to start. Which teams are slowly starting to build that confidence, and which teams sadly may start to lose it. As far as me, I'm not going to harp on this team too much. Buhos, I do feel like they had a really great opportunity to potentially wipe Team Sanity in that last game, especially when they had 2 members knocked in that shack in front of them. They were completely smoked smoked out. There was a good opportunity for that, but maybe they saw something we didn't. Maybe Surf and Turf was closer than we thought, and they could hold that angle. But yeah, I'm just hoping Buhos, I want to see a little more activity for them, just because we know in the past they're kind of a more passive team, Dave.
Yeah, and another team that just recently qualified in week number 3, right? And if I'm not mistaken, they tried to qualify in the first 2 weeks and just couldn't make the cut, but every single week got a little closer to qualifying. And I think during those weeks, they were kind of trying new strats, new game plans, and it just wasn't working. You know, week 1, week 2, and then week 3, this kind of slow and steady passive play, find a nice compound, and just try to third-party everything. It worked for them. It worked because, look, they qualified here. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. That might be the mentality here. Right now, we see them in 4th place. I'm just curious, will that work? Because when that did work, they weren't competing against the top teams.
That's true.
From the region of North America, right? So will it work here in this lobby after 1 game? Yes, but
so far,
after 6 games, we'll find out, right?
Yeah, and you want to talk about confidence. I mean, I'm looking at Syntax, right? That send that they had straight into the shack of Team Sanity. I mean, that was beautiful. Look, they're like, hey,
beautiful. 0 points.
Okay, all right. Let me explain. Okay, let me explain.
I'm sitting here.
So, even though it didn't work out as far as their point value, because yes, I'm looking at them right there
2
at
zeros.
the bottom.
Okay.
2 zeros. Yep. 2 goose eggs. The fact that they made that play makes me believe that they have the confidence to make that type of play and make it work in the future, Dave. Okay?
Okay.
That's all
I mean, I can't be too harsh about it because the Panthers only got 1 point. We got Cameron here. That's his team. 1 point. Hey, I remember Cameron saying the Panthers are going to beat M249, a.k.a. 4 free points.
He wasn't giving us very nice gestures when we said that.
Hey, shout out to the Panthers. And talking about the Panthers, they moved out of Trailer Park, and now they're all kind of going in their separate directions. A little 2-2 getting kind of intertwined. A little pasta action over here with Strangers BD.
Yes, not only is it Strangers BD, but also Buhos Gaming. I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a mess, if I'm being honest. Shots are going to be going out to Buhos that is trying to rotate around on the north side, I believe that is, and they do have to be careful as this compound is very much Strangers BD.
Yes, sir. It's theirs. It is theirs, and they are successfully defending it.
2 teams they shot off.
Yes, against 2 different teams, kind of pushing them off, and we can see why they want it. Just look at the terrain it covers. Look at the hilltop that it's on top of. They got a lot of sight lines, and it is in a nice little off-center position with this zone. So very strong compound from Strangers BD, looking to maintain those placement points, looking to maintain that 3rd place position here.
Looking at this, though, I am noticing that at least for his primary, what I think is probably his primary, not the Uzi, is that Scar only has 60 reserve ammo. So not the most ammo, maybe not the most utility. They could have dropped here early and just decided, hey, it's a really good position, let's just stay here.
Yeah.
But they may have to worry about later in the fight if they're starting to use a lot of that stuff. So we'll see how that plays out for them.
You know what's so beautiful about extreme mode?
I know what you're gonna say.
State,
I feel like I set you up for this.
Drone credits.
I feel like I set you up for this,
call
Dave.
in the drone. You need ammo. The drone's got you. You need a red flare. The drone has got you.
You lost the teammate.
The drone's got you.
Oh,
exactly. Yeah. The drone's got you, and they got a little over 2K, so they can't call in that red flare. They can definitely call in some 5.56 ammo if they needed that. So the drone's always got your back here. The only thing going against Strangers BD is their position. If they do call in a drone, another team might snipe it, take it away from them because they all are kind of off center. But getting back into the game here, STX once again in the south, looking for a rotate, looking for a position to call home.
Yep. And they're actually rotating alongside this gorgeous 765 Longtail McLaren, by the way.
McLaren. You drive one of those in real life, so
course.
I've seen it.
And that is going to be 4 free points, actually. 4 free points has been scouting quite a bit. They've been driving around, trying to get a little bit of a hold on the position that they're going to want to play, but it looks like, Syntax actually stopping so close.
Ooh.
And this could spell disaster. Shots coming out. No knocks yet. A good amount of damage, though, done by Kairos. As it looks like Syntax will probably want to back off of this. Actually, wait a second. No, it's Jedi to find Kairos, and all of a sudden, this is now a 4v3.
Don't let him thirst you. Don't let him thirst you. Jason going to be cooking a grenade, tossing that grenade, and it looks like it'll just be the thirst on the Jedi. With the kaboom for 2. That's good. The smoke right there. Should be able to pick up Cairo. Cairo with the custom scar. We were talking about it in game number 1. That custom scar right there, the C1, gives you 50 bullets. And we saw right there able to spray down at 3 different enemies with those bullets. And looks like STX are going to just continue on their jolly old way, going up there a little more to the north. They might have enough creds to call back in their teammate Jedi. And, yeah, they're big chilling.
The problem with that is, though, they are chilling for now, but they got to be careful because the later this game goes, we're about just at the midway point of this game. The later it goes, the more dangerous and perilous it's going to be calling in a member with the green flare. So
Yeah.
we do have to keep that in mind. But you're right. I mean, they're realistically right now in this position, they should be able to get them back as long as they have the drone credits.
You know who else is big chilling? Look at the drone creds. 4,300 drone credits right now. That is a lot, dude. You get the red flare and even a little
Red
ammo
flare,
for that too,
yep.
right?
Get a custom kit. You
get everybody.
Custom kits. You get a couple scout
Everybody.
drones.
Everybody.
Whatever you want. You need an EV battery for
Everybody.
your ride? Oh my.
Everybody. And what impressed me is that, shout out to Wynnssanity's team, by the way, last game. They won that game and nobody was using the P90.
No.
Hey, I'm the P90 king out here. If you get a P90, that's an easy win. Nobody using it, so we'll see if they do end up calling that in as Malcone.
Ooh, nice little.
Trying to land up these shots. Trying to land up these shots.
I like the patience, though. There's really no need to fire, especially with a bolt, right? I believe he's got an M24 right now, so if you miss that shot, you're going to give yourself away.
Yeah.
At the very least, if you take it, you want to make sure you get a knock. Unless they've already shot, then in this case, it's just being patient.
Jedi's back in the game, by the way. They call him in.
So Jedi is going to get in. And you know what? Even though he did go down, I like the aggression. You know, he knew he was kind of in a bad spot. He's like, I'm going to at least try to go for a knock here. He actually found it on Kairaz, and you know what? He's coming back in.
So
is he coming back in?
4 free points.
This is what we were worried
one.
about.
There's one. 4 free
Clay
points.
Clay pigeons.
Call him in again. That's what they're saying. Call him in again. You got another green flare? We got time. Call him in again.
We got time.
Call him in.
Plenty of time. In fact, we got another minute 23 before this
We got
boy even
time.
closes. You know what I mean?
Call him in.
Looking at the position, though, at all the other teams, like especially Team Sanity, it seems as though they like to take the off-center wrap rotations, right? So they're just off to the center here on the east side. They have a good rotation north if they need to, regardless of whether Surf and Turf is still going to be there, or they can wrap down to the south and take a fight that way. And that's what, so far, watching Team Sanity, at the very least for me, it's shown that they are playing for the next play, right? They're being very proactive. They're not just settled in their position, which is what we saw a little bit from a lot of other teams in the open qualifiers. Now, as far as these teams here are concerned, not so much. Most of these teams have been pretty proactive, but I just really like that from Team Sanity. And right now, they are proving, to me at least, in 2 very short games, I'm not even done with the second one, that they're one of the best teams to watch.
Oh, bold prediction right there, man. And they kind of did the same strat in game 1 where they just kind of hovered around that East Coast, played it nice and slow, separated a little bit just to get some greater zone control. And then they did actually end up wrapping around the South, like you mentioned here, and that's still in the playbooks here in this game. Now, one team that has slowed down that roll. Oh, who's calling it? The double red flare, by the way.
I think it's Pure, is it not?
It's center. It's center. One team that did slow down their roll, Surf and Turf. They are up there to the north, not moving a muscle.
They don't really want to get involved.
They don't want. They're like, hey, this lobby's kind of hard after all.
This lobby's kind of scary.
It's kind of scary.
This lobby's kind of nice.
Kind of nice, kind of scary, and everything in between. And the next zone did go on up, and I like how. I'm going to touch on it one more time. Wynnssanity's team, they were already in their vehicles, prepared to rotate. And this goes to show you their experience with Battle Royales. Wynnssanity's team, they all have experience. I've covered them for years now on other titles here. And that experience just shows because they were prepared for the rotate to get that power position before anybody else.
And I'm really, actually, I'm very glad you brought that up because whether it's PC or mobile, I mean, that is a strategy that is incredibly important and it's not utilized except for by the highest level of teams because when you think about it, you're like, oh, you're only pre-moving like maybe 5-10 seconds. I mean, those 5-10 seconds can completely be the difference of you surviving a team fight or a crash or you just completely getting wiped out and just the mistiming there. And so that right there, that foresight is something that I absolutely love from Team Sanity.
That's Godspeed's heads up play right there. Hey, heads up play. We're gonna bring that. We're gonna bring that here. And they did pull back just a little bit right to where they were looting a little bit earlier on. So they know this terrain is going to be pretty secure. STX, they ended up wrapping right in front of Surf and Turf squad. Might be able to gatekeep them. And then 4 free points. Yep, down there in the south, looking to clash, I believe, with Buho's Gaming.
And Buhos does have the zone on them, but the problem is with that knock, I'm sure they're probably going to get a pull up there and maybe start to go for a fight. There it is. So it is going to be Drip getting knocked now. You see the rest of 4 free points there on the outside. KittyKat trying to get nades as the rest of the team trying to get utility in the building as Martin is going to go for a play here, and they absolutely need to because 4 free points is not going to stop this push.
Yes, sir. Opening up the fight with the grenades, not even risking the fact of sending it into the building. Cairo's still trying to land one of these grenades. They're up close and personal, Godspeed.
They got to be very careful here, though, as sieging a house, especially with smokes being popped, is very dangerous. I mean, it gets very confusing inside those elements. I hate building fights. I always hated building fights when I myself was playing, especially with smokes involved, because it just becomes a mess.
Cairo with the upgraded long barrel Vector going to be knocked down. Drip on the second story with the buys in, and trades are going back and forth right here. But FFP only losing one of their squad mates knocked out right there. So it's a 3v2.
I will give this, though. Buho still holding their ground as well as they can. Obviously, that staircase being very difficult to push, but they're still doing everything that they can to make sure that the 4 players, or at least 3 strong players of 4 free points, does not just come barreling up those stairs. And right now, this is basically just a waiting game. It's just going to be when exactly does 4 free points want to make this push. They obviously are also not going for that res on Martin just because they don't know if they have enough time. Here comes the push right around the corner. Jason leading the pack. He's going to find one. Nice little trade out, but that is going to be a textbook push coming out from 4 free points. Playing for the trades, you'll love to see it.
Teamwork right there, baby. Teamwork. So if your team members help you get the revive, it actually speeds it up a little bit right there.
It's
so
pretty cool.
Another another cool addition right there. And okay, so they should be able to loot up some of these crates, get some meds, get some drone credits, and 4 free points, currently sitting on 6 elim points here this game. And that goes back to what we were kind of chatting about here at the beginning of this game. Buhos, such a passive team.
Yeah.
They got crashed on. They got pulled up. Their defense not so strong right there.
I mean, I feel for them there because they did start that fight with a player knocked. I mean, it was obviously a really nice shot coming out from. Oh, wait a second.
Uh-oh,
so,
Jedi.
Round 2.
Dude, second time parachuting in.
Oh, my goodness.
Zach the GOAT. Zach the GOAT with the DSR-1 looking.
This is a bolt action, by the way.
Jedi got a touch.
Oh!
Touchdown! Jedi!
Okay, now he doesn't have a lot of loot. I am assuming that at the very least his teammate have maybe got level 2 vest, level 2 helmet for him. Check the trunk of those vehicles. I believe there's multiple vehicles in play for Syntax as well, so that's going to be wonderful. Now the circle has posted and it has shifted pretty much center, nothing too crazy, but the crazy thing about it is that there's only actually 1 team right now in that circle, which means, Dave, all the other teams have to rotate it.
Hey, that's your team, man. Pure love. They needed that one. I like how Wynnsanity just on the rooftop right now, just sniping at strangers BD who are just trying to catch a tan, relaxing on the beach right there, and looks like Wynnsanity is going to be pulling back.
Nuts.
Oh, Wynnsanity is the skin king.
Man. Yeah, actually, Wynnsanity, I have noticed that Wynnsanity does have the sickest skins for sure.
He's got them all. Oh, are they going to another metal box though? They are. They love these metal boxes.
Kings of the boxes, you know. These guys are just.
They love it.
All right, we are seeing some movement now out of Syntax, though, and is this going to be a repeat of last game? Syntax crashing the box.
They're pulling up.
Yeah, it looks like we might actually. I would love to see Kobe actually pull up underneath that hill. That is going to give them cover and enough time for the rest of the team. So they're actually going for a distraction play here. Kobe goes a little too far wide. He is going to get knocked. This leaves the rest of Syntax to fight. A full squad of Team Sanity, and that just did not work out for them at all.
Second time
is not the charm.
Yeah, Koba definitely catching the attention. Really good right there, but the timing just not on point right there. And the Panthers now defending their spot, or at least trying to be a little proactive here and possibly backstab Team Wynnsanity.
Oh, Claudio down. And wait a second, Panthers fighting back, finding some really nice damage here on a Team Sanity. As Khaled is doing the best that he can. He is going to take a little bit of damage, probably step off and heal, but now I believe the onus is on indeed Team Sanity with 2 members left alive, 1 knocked and 1 completely flushed.
Yeah, and here comes Strangers BD on the outskirts as well. Venom going to be jumping in with the P19, but his 3 teammates right there on the coastline. So they're going to be getting gate kept by not 1, but 2 different teams right now, Godspeed.
That is probably one of the last things you want, I think, in a situation like this, getting gate kept by 2 separate teams. And as you said, the east side of the circle is an absolute mess. Now, Vito has decided that he's just going to go with his 1911. I mean, what is going on? He'd run out of ammo. Wynnsanity still finding players to knock as he takes down Vino.
Looking for the heal, possibly. The Panthers, though, they see the kill feed and they know who's in that box. They watched game number 1, and they're not looking to let anybody survive up here on this edge.
No, we see a vehicle there just in the blue. I believe that was a Vola, if I'm not mistaken, just rotating there, which means it's going to lose battery, and that is actually going to be it, just like that.
Just like that.
Wynnsanity is actually still going to survive, though, as a solo. And he's still in the shack, in that box.
It's is it in the zone, though? If it's not, it's
I believe
right there on
he
the
is
edge.
just outside of the zone for the next circle, so... Or is he still in?
He's right there.
I think he's still
the
in.
zone's right there, that blue thing. That's the zone. So there,
It's like the
right
next
in.
zone, though. What about the next zone? I'm not sure.
They got to move. He's got to move. He's got to move a little bit, but he does have a lot of vehicles to choose from and a lot of crates to loot and look for those meds, those smokes.
Yep.
So that loot is going to be pretty optimal. But across the way, once again, 4 free points with the prime high top, hilltop, Overwatch position on everybody else in the circle.
And that is such a strong position for them as well. I mean, they pretty much have free reign over what's going to happen. They can guide a team in a way that they want, especially if they're trying to get in a position that they are going to have to take themselves eventually when they get off that hill. But Wynnsanity still, he's sneaking in, and this is huge because even if he just gets one more kill or potentially helps finish a team, that's more points.
Points, baby. Points. We can see his team currently in that first place position.
32 points, too, and this game's not even over. That's kind of ridiculous.
Snake it to make it, baby. Snake it to make it. I believe already taken off that backpack.
Yep.
But I think the Panthers are aware. We saw one of the teammates from the Panthers, they were aware. They were aware. They ended up getting the heads up right there, the little heads popping out the grass. And, well, here's the final fight, Godspeed.
Yep. Panthers, 4 free points, and 4 members. I believe, actually, Panthers might have just called in. They either called in or just got their last member up, but it's going to be a 4v4v4, 4 free points, Panthers and Pure.
Who wins this, though? The Panthers or 4 free points? Or Pure, you know?
Honestly, it's tough. I like the split coming out of 4 free points, the 2-2. The problem is that's going to lend them to get crashed, especially because most of these teams are going to have to move. So if they can't, this is what I'm talking about. So they'd actually get the res. I thought maybe they just got him up from a knock, but no.
There's intel, though.
Peter Boy is coming in, and this is exactly that. He is intel coming in with just a pistol. He's probably not going to be the biggest factor. Who knows?
Yeah.
But the amount of intel he's getting for his team is invaluable.
That intel, he might be able to recognize the 2-2 split from 4 free points, relay that back to his teammates, and kind of pinpoint exactly which angles his squad should push.
There's actually also loot all around, so he should be able to get fairly kitted here going into this last fight in this 4v4v3. Pierre has lost one. Khalid's still trying to fight for the Panthers, getting shots on over to 4 free points. But this is, I mean, this is just going to come down to a crazy fight. There's really no cover here. All these teams are just going to have to make do with what they have and what utility and smokes they're going to be using.
Ooh, oh, getting turned on right there. Legal, I believe, getting knocked out. Long right behind this boulder. Might have enough time to get this pickup, as I don't see that push. Going to be tossing that molly across the way. That splash damage. And the Panthers, they're looking to clean this one up. Currently with 3 up.
But look at 4 free points. These guys are just licking their lips. They're excited, just waiting for this fight to kind of conclude and these teams to get damaged, so they just come in and clean up. And look, they don't even have to really move. The circle is pushing out the other teams on the back end of this.
Deny the points, too. Deny the points. You don't want to give these points to the opponents here, especially this late into the game. Kitty Cat taking a little bit of blue damage, popping up with the Tommy gun, taking those shots across the way. Malcolm taking down right there, Godspeed.
And all of a sudden, 4 free points, not at all living up to their namesake as they take out everyone and win themselves the second chicken dinner of our grand final.
4 free points, baby. Looking for that come up, that comeback. Now, I got to give it to Wynnsanity, though. The Snake, the solo, able to clutch it out just a little longer. Get a couple more placement points. But the Panthers showing up, 4 free points showing up. This is the new state that I wanted to see here in game number 2.
We even saw Pure coming in there as well, trying to make that fight. I actually really liked the fact that they flew him in that green flare in the last. I mean, yes, it was risky. Yes, they tried before and it didn't work out. But the amount of information they were able to get, even though they weren't able to win the game off of that, those are the types of plays that I really love to see.
Oh, 4 free points. Are they just kind of showing up here, you know, pumping up the aggression. They got, what, one more game to go? This is a team that I've noticed in the past, a team that thrives on momentum. That game, that was nothing but momentum.
That was a lot of momentum and a lot of the fact that they were just moving correctly and they were being proactive. They let the other teams fight around them. And that ridge they took, Dave, was actually really, really good. It was a very, as you said, heads-up play.
Heads-up play, popping up their heads at the end with the Tommy guns, just letting it rip right there. The Panthers, though, showing up. The Panthers really needed that match because coming into that game, their points, they had 1 point, and I saw Cammy D backstage kind of crying a little bit right there. But after that game, Cammy D is going to have a little bit of a smile. And talking about that game, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. After the break, we got Cammy D, we got God Blaze, and Rachel to wrap it up.
We're back to the new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We just saw Game 2 of Group A, and Blaze, your favorite team, is finally making a bit of an impact here.
Yeah.
Tell me about that match from your perspective, because you were locked in from start to finish.
Yes, I was, man. You know, 4 free points, they got it done, and they built off their performance in that first match in which we watched, and they did a really good job making sure they played around each other and made the best of their terrain. Now, we saw a lot of action kicking this game off a little bit early on. One of the more notable fights, you know, you saw 4 free points in the first engagement. They had to take down Boohoo Gaming, all right? And they approached them from the low side of that building, and it's so hard to take fights from the low ground and work your way up when your opponent is locking down so many sight lines. But 4 free points, they did it with such class and such skill, and they took that to the late game, okay? Because even though they were in probably the more favorable point in that last position, they had to work from the low ground and use those headies to rack up on all of those kills. You see the elimination points, 21 on screen. Wow. You see the placement points. They built off that first match, and they got first in game number 2. Now they're absolutely rolling, Rachel.
They are looking super strong, just like you guys called out at the beginning of the tournament to keep an eye on this weekend here. Talking about the other side of the bracket, though, I don't want to bring up bad news, but I want to cheer on Syntax. I think they've got the fundamentals, but what's happening?
Let's talk about Syntax a little bit, because the thing is with Syntax is that I thought I was in the Matrix, okay? Because we saw another loop. They saw Team Wynnsanity in pretty much almost the same cover, that 10 building, the same POI, and they rolled up on them. They tried to get some intel. They said, you know what? Second time's a charm. Team Wynnsanity, they said, no, we're going to rack up these free points once again. And yeah, man, you know, they're getting it done. In second place, Team Wynnsanity, I like what we're seeing from them.
All right, well, they could put it together. We're going to find out in the third game of Group A today. Sending it on over to Mustache Dave and Godspeed to check out how this all plays out.
Thank you so much again. Fantastic from our wonderful desk. Now, Dave, we have 2 games down. We have 1 game left for Group A, okay? And then obviously we're going to have 3 more games for Group A tomorrow. But this is the last you're going to see of Group A. What do you want to see from some of the teams that are maybe struggling like Syntax?
Chicken dinner, right? Chicken dinner,
sure,
obviously, you know, 20 elim points minimum, obviously. But all jokes aside, STX, I think what I want to see from them in particular here is just to go back to the open weekend strat. And that is get the drone credits, get your drone scouts, scout out your next move, and get the deployable shields. And game number 1, the zone, didn't really favor them that much. Really challenging, but game number 2 they had a lot more room to work with, and it was still, you know, them just not showing up here. So in this final match, hopefully STX could kind of go back to the roots here. Godspeed.
Yeah, I would also like to see that, again, with only 4 games potentially left for them to even play. Obviously the 1 for today, and then they're going to have some time to go over those games before tomorrow. If they have another bad game, because I really do like this team, if they have another bad game, I'm saying they will, and I'm sure they probably won't, they're going to have some homework to do. At the very least, they can go back and see what they need to change, because that was 2 games back-to-back of very aggressive plays onto the same team of Wynnsanity, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and
I still like that they did it, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I really still like that gumption, you know? Like, we're going to do this.
I don't. Because, you know, they're at the bottom, dude. They're at the bottom, dude. And the thing is, tomorrow, 3 more games doesn't sound like much, but I still believe that's a lot of games to bounce back in. And after tonight, go back, watch the footage, and pinpoint exactly where everybody is, their play style, and just get a better feel for the lobby that they're playing in as a whole. But the Panthers in Alamo right here against Buhos.
Little pistol fight here. 1911's dueling it out. And only on the roof, I should say. And yeah, Kali's actually going to back out of this. Buhos is going to loot up as quick as possible. I also did notice there was a team that occupied Chester. And what team was that, Dave?
The team that knows for a fact that Chester has the police station, and the police station has the vault that you can open up.
Which has?
Random. Any crate weapon. So you get the AUG, you could get the P90. Yeah, a lot of potential here. And I was playing last night, one of the new additions that I did notice was that spotlight on the rooftop. So I'm definitely looking forward to whatever that spotlight is going to be used for in I believe a future event here in game. But yeah, Team Wynnsanity of course, as if they needed to get a little stronger here, Godspeed, let's just give them a great weapon 2 minutes into the game. Yeah, of course. You know, they need it.
Here's the other thing as well about Chester is the fact that it's in the circle right now. So they can just take their time. Yes, they can pop that safe open, loot it, get all that goodness going. But then they don't even really have to rotate very fast or worry about anything like that because they're still in the circle. So they can really take their time and be proactive, which is exactly what they've been doing this whole time.
And they've also been utilizing the east side. Every single game. Always on that east side, just big chillin', having a good time, playing it nice and slow. And even when everything fails, they got Wynnsanity. The solo to just grind it out, survive a little longer, and maintain the points. That's all they need. Maintain the points. They already had an explosive game number 1, a decent game number 2, so they were just looking to maintain it here in game number 3. Now the Panthers, last game. Okay, I see you pulling up here on the overall leaderboards.
Boy.
Let's see what they can do against Buhos, though. Buhos, they got destroyed in that pull-up last game. So the morale might be a little low. And the thing is, I don't think any knocks happened yet. If the Panthers do get a knock, oh, there was a knock. So the Panthers know for a fact who they're fighting here.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, after that destruction on the Buhos last game, this would actually be a nice team for the Panthers to pull up on and potentially get some elim points here.
You would think so, but it was actually that early game scuffle we saw with the 1911s that Buhos was able to actually take down. I believe it was Khalid on the team of Panthers.
Another one.
Another one. So good on them, honestly, to be able to fight back. Because as you said, the games for Buhos, they've been a little rough. We've definitely seen Buhos put themselves in the right macro positions to take advantage of, you know, where they are in the map. They haven't necessarily done that and executed on it, but as far as looking at their macro and the way that they rotate in or just where they want to be in the circle, they definitely know what they're doing there.
Yeah, and it looks like
that's fine.
You didn't trust
That's
the
totally
process.
fine.
You didn't trust the process right there. And Mount Cohen's like, see ya. Yeah, there's a couple buggies here they can use here. But Buhos, they pretty much, after that early scuffle that you were talking about here, they got Alamo. And Alamo's a nice little spot. It's a nice little oval circle. You can just start on one end, go all the way around that circle, loot every single compound, easy peasy. And the Panthers, they're probably going to pull off of here, look for those drone credits, and call back in one of their team members here so they got 4 up. And I'm talking about the Panthers here, Godspeed, because circle number 1, the water, the rivers are in play here. And when I look at teams and how their ability to really play the zones, play the terrain, and in this zone in particular, the river in play, the Panthers are the best team to do just that. They've had these circles multiple times, and what they tend to do is have a 3-1 split where they have 3 of their team members being ultra aggressive, and they keep one in the back line with that green flare on the opposite end of the river. And it's a real heads-up play here. But they got to make it to that point because right now they've been clashing with so many teams early on.
And I really love that idea that you've also laid down as something we've seen the teams employ is the fact that you can play aggressive or you can play in those kind of off 3-1 splits and have someone just kind of play safe for the anchor and then just res someone in, you know? Oh, Dave goes down. No problem. I got him.
Up. And it's always legal, too. Legal is always that player off on their own with the green flare. And I believe it was like last week that Legal was the last one alive. There was 2 teams fighting in a guard tower. And Legal could have just went for that solo snake strategy, but instead pulled up from behind from the blue zone and cleaned it up. Third party of that fight and got a couple more elim points. So definitely going to be paying attention to the Panthers here this game because of the fact that they're are those rivers in play, and this team in particular is a really strong squad at dealing with this terrain.
That being said, as we move over to the team of Surf and Turf, this is a team that is a little near and dear to my heart just because SurfnBoy's, it was really fun working with him, and I like the guy a lot, but as far as the way they've been playing so far, it's only been 2 games, but again, with only 6 available to them, and this is basically the last game that they're going to play today, they need to scrounge some points together because I'm not sure if they have another poor game right now, they're going to be able to swing enough points, especially with the consistency we've seen from 4 free points, Team Sanity, and of course Strangers BD, even Team Panthers. it's going to be a little more difficult for them to find those points, especially going into the final games they have to qualify tomorrow.
Yeah, and it does look like the Panthers did call in Khaled for another try here. They are going to be in the dead center. Meanwhile, there's a ton of teams on that east side. We were talking about Chester, Wynnsanity squad. They did loot up Chester. They pulled out just a little bit. Pure Love going to be piling in right behind them. And then, of course, 4 free points out there on that east coast as well. So, once again, this game, the east side is going to be hectic.
Oh, Khaled.
Khaled, can we make it?
I think he's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and say he's gonna be all right. Koba, on the other hand, though, is not all right as he's taking quite a bit of damage. College is gonna land. That's beautiful.
That's beautiful. And talk about beautiful. We got Cammy D with the map analysis.
Guys, I don't know how to tell you. This is going to be an awful game for all these teams because there is, like, honestly, the river is cutting right through everything. That means the circle can swing to either side. We have no clue which way it's going to go. You just have to, I guess, hope it's your side. The best thing that you want to do, though, is trying to make sure that you have the options available. But with so many teams still in play, all this action that is happening around, that's not, wrong button, there we go. All the action's happening here, all the action's going to be happening here. That's going to be so far down on a priority list. You just got to be really good at improv with your rotations, no matter which way the next phase is going to go.
Actually, that's a really good point, too, because with those 2 fights happening on the west and east, as Cammy said, it pretty much leaves the center open for any of the teams that might want to pull off and try to take that earlier. Now, as far as the center going there this early, especially with that river in play, it's probably not the wisest idea just because you're going to make yourself a target early, but they do have the option to go there and make a fort if they want to.
Yeah, it's going to be, oh, Koba, I've seen you hit these before. Oh!
How did that miss? That looked right on him. I don't know, maybe I'm...
Okay, that tagged him a little bit.
That
tagged him a little bit. Let him know the love touch. The love touch. And 2 teams on the east side that Cammy was pointing out. Wynnsanity squad and 4 free points. Now, these 2 teams, first and second on the overall leaderboard. They are awfully close to each other. So I'll keep tabs on that one for you, Godspeed, because right now on the west side, we got 4 squads, brother. 4 squads looking for that prime position.
All these teams, I will say on the west side as well, specifically like Syntax, they have to be careful. As I said, rotating too early can make them the target of some pressure fire from multiple teams around them, especially if they have those sight lines. I think they'll be all right, though. Again, I really like Syntax, and I do agree that they need to slow it down a little bit, but I still love the fact that they are going for these proactive plays. They are getting a little aggressive where some teams aren't, and again, yes, it may not work out for them, but at the very least, the fact that they're confident enough to make those plays is what I like.
So Syntax, look for a compound, dead center, hold it down. Don't do nothing. Go for the placement point. Sleep out here with the custom kit
shots.
DP. Now, this is a big fight. I don't know if either team will opt to get a knock and send in their vehicle, but if there was a team to do that, it would be 4 free points. I've seen it in the past before. And if 4 free points could take out Team Wynnsanity squad right here, that will really bump them down a couple pegs on the overall leaderboard.
And if you're any of the other teams who are currently behind Team Sanity, which is basically everyone, you kind of want that to happen. You want them to get slowed down a little bit. I mean, even if it is at the expense of 4 free points, getting more points.
Yeah. Ooh, talking about points out here. Ooh, Surf and Turf, man.
Yep.
Zach the Goat already down. SurfnBoy already down. Oh,
no,
where's the smoke at?
You just jumped. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. No smoke. There was nothing there for them. Emao not even able to really do anything as far as covering them just on that roof. And Surf and Turf is served up and deliciously eaten by.
Yep.
My goodness.
I was asking you earlier, what is Surf and Turf? And you said the red meat and the seafood.
You know, you got a little steak and lobster.
Steak and lobster. The problem is with their squad here, this game, they're not near the water. You know, they're out there on the land.
That is
true. A fish out of water right there. You know, you need the water. So shout out to them. Coming back tomorrow strong. Hopefully go back tonight, review the footage, review the VODs. There's still going to be 3 more matches for group number A. And the goal right now, you know, 4th place, only 15 points. Obviously, it's going to be a little higher after this match, but definitely doable. 1 chicken dinner with a couple kills, they're right back in the running here.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that team has the capability. Honestly, all the teams in this lobby have the capability of making a comeback. It's just how hard is it going to be with them not going out so early. They're going to end the day on 4 points. That's just, it is what it is, but they still have a chance tomorrow. moving on here, Khaled is coming back for a second time, I believe, and I think almost a fourth this entire event.
He doesn't quit, you know.
He does not
He's got
quit.
heart.
Another
He's
one.
got heart. He's got heart. So shout out to Khaled right there with the heart play. Looks like they're going to be able to land right behind that compound. They are going to be safe for the time being. Buhos, they were somewhat distracted, I believe, a couple moments ago, taking the fight.
That's a juicy crate.
Oh, the MG3, yeah. Oh, what? Hello?
Wait, excuse me. There should go back. Golden
yes?
Boy, hello?
Somebody?
Someone needs to take
okay,
that.
they're actually going to lose this game now. Not picking up the MG3. Man, they do have a little 2-2 split again. I know this is something that we were complimenting them in game number 1. I like how they got 2 squad members on each side of the water. So they already got a position just in case the circle goes to the west. They can easily send it, group up. If it goes to the east like it did right now, I want to see them in the cars, though. Why are they not in the cars? I want to see them in the cars
already.
Yes, and I want to see them group up.
So here's the thing. I feel like they potentially could set a trap on the south side of the bridge, still on the west side, and be supported more by their team. I agree that probably should have rotated earlier, but they'll probably be fine as well at the time being. Regardless, this is Strangers BD. This is the team that was splitting in the last game. They gave me 4. So they have shown us that this is actually just their play style. They have the confidence to constantly play these splits. And to be honest, it's none of them really great positions.
And a team that just qualified last week, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're getting this late into the game. I don't know. I don't know if they are that strong to hold out 3 other squads as a duo.
Maybe
That's
not.
my only caveat right there. And I do like how the 2 of them, they ended up getting into those vehicles and grouping back up with their squad mates overlooking that bridge. And that's a huge focal point on this map that I'm assuming we'll follow up with later, just because it's the only bridge to cross the water. Yeah, you can send your car in the water, swim, make it onto the shoreline. But
then
you're losing your cars.
Vehicles and potentially what loot is in there if you had anything in the trunk.
Look at the sightlines. Look at the sightlines.
You're also losing cover. If you go across this and that circle posts further north, which I can only imagine it probably will, off the river, you have no cover whatsoever to use. And without vehicles to supplement that or deployable shields, we don't know what kind of utility they're working with in that regard. They might be, you know, kind of up a creek without a paddle, so to speak.
Yeah, is that how it goes?
I think it is.
Something like that. So Strangers BD, hey, shout out to them right there. We'll keep tabs on them and their compound and their ability to hold it down. I did see, I think Pier.
Sorry.
Not upgraded. I think Pier had that P90. If it's not upgraded, I don't care.
You
don't got the custom
you like
kit.
the custom,
what are
you
you
know
doing?
what I mean?
They got a lot of credits.
Oh,
so
there's a custom for you right there.
There you go, the custom DP. And I think one of the teammates here on Pier got that P90. And they're going to need it. They're going to need it because I see Team Wynnsanity, they got a scout drone. And they're looking right on top of Pier right now. And they probably can't see long. They can't see long because he's in the ghillie. He's like, where's he at, you know? Who's driving that car? Who's driving this car?
Here's the thing that actually worries me, though, Dave, is look how many players are still alive, and look at the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice game. It's going to be a nice game.
For us.
For us, not for the players, and it's going to be a nice game because Jedi's got the MP5K. I praise this player every single time. The only player in this lobby that uses this gun every single game practically with the custom kit, with the laser sight, with the enhanced hip firing. Could definitely help in FPP.
Absolutely can. Caveman is smoking and trying to give himself an angle to potentially go for that flush, but having trouble doing so as Buho now starting to rotate, taking shots over at the Panthers. But they are just going to choose to get out of that situation completely and send it towards the south. And they're going to do exactly what we talked about earlier. They're going to send it right in the water. And look who's waiting for them, none other than Strangers BD.
Yeah, Strangers BD, they really have a prime opportunity here to get a lot of elim points. Oh, I want to see some shots right here, though. At least try to pop these tires. Okay, here we go. Opening up with the M4. Got the custom kit.
Pressure,
Geared out.
And to be honest, so that driving around, if anything, I feel like was a distraction to let the other 2 members start to get a foothold. Because that's exactly what was happening. And now it is Strangers BD slowly getting pushed back. But I like that. It was a risk, but it worked out for Buhos.
Good spot out right there, too. Yeah, the Navy SEALs out here swimming up there on the shoreline with the distraction play. And look at this. The Panthers are going to be utilizing the bridge, or at least attempting to. Oh, driving right towards this.
Because it's I mean, it's really just Strangers BD now that have complete control over this walk-up, but they have to be careful about Buhos. They did not forget about them either, and now this is going to turn into a third-party situation, especially with all these cars just coming in. What is going on? And now Legal is in a world of trouble as he's going to have to come up for air eventually.
Legal can see him, too. Oh, no. The ump.
And there's no reason for
kit.
There's no reason for him to do anything other than just hold these players in the water.
Oh, the spray down right there.
Yep, that's it. Peter Boy is
easy points.
Starting to lose air as well as he's trying to make it to shore. I mean, this is going to be a shooting gallery. Vano very well at the other player as well, and that's it. Beautiful stuff from Strangers BD.
Yeah, I'm almost curious for the Panthers right there. Would the play have been to deny the points, maybe drown?
Yeah. Honestly,
if you know you're not going to be able to make it onto the shorelines and get your gun out.
Especially if you're in the top 4, like why give points to a team that is not in the top 4?
Yeah, exactly. Quick math right
well,
there.
I mean, Strangers BD was, but they couldn't have known before they made that crash. So either way, now we have another push coming up. Actually, it's going to be Pure coming on to Team Sanity as they're just on the roof. Pure Long waiting for the rest of his team, going out for the trades, clearing the corners. He's going to get it clean as you like.
Too easy right there. The P90. Ooh, are they getting third party from across the way? Yes, 4 free points, keeping tabs on that rooftop. And I believe 4 free points, their position. They were keeping Team Wynnsanity kind of pinned down from that angle from the south right there. And Pure Love, they came in from the north. So right there, Team Wynnsanity just getting sandwiched.
The problem is Pure is not in. That position that Team Sanity was in is not in the circle, and that was a last resort crash. But now they realize why Team Sanity wasn't moving. It was the fact that 4 free points was literally holding them out of the circle, and 4 free points' ability to find the best position on each one of these shifts is easily the reason why they've been the talk of the basically town coming into this event.
I got a poster on my wall of 4 free points, and it's just
you
them.
Too?
Yes, it is just
I have
them.
the old one. I have the M249.
Oh, hey, OG.
Yeah, I got
OG status, dude. Well, talking about OG status, STX, a team, 7th place overall, finally showing up. They got 3 on the mainland, Jedi across the way. We can see them taking some shots out there in the distance onto Buhos, looking to reposition.
Reposition they will do indeed. I've also noticed that Buhos generally likes to send everyone in the same vehicle, which can be quite a risk at times. Is Nightmare going to get out, trying to maybe get an angle on the assault that's coming? But yeah, these nades now, the rest of the utility, they know they're in a really rough spot. That vehicle and that rock are pretty much the only cover they have to work with. As Buhos is starting to get a little more aggressive this game, and that's what we needed to see from these guys.
Yeah. Well, they also didn't really have an option. They're in the blue, right? So
sure,
they're trying to chase down the blue. They're trying to chase down the blue. Now, I'm really looking at STX, though. STX, they need to win this fight. No. They don't have an option here. 1 alive, Caveman in the blue, getting chunked down right there. Probably going to go out.
Yep. I mean, there's a chance, even if Martin does get up white here, I mean, they still have to watch out. Yeah, actually, maybe not, Dave. They could potentially survive this. As Pierre is now starting to wrap here on the west.
Dude, Buho with 90 limbs, though. That's huge. So I take it back. Aggression. They have been doing it here this game.
That's what I was trying to say.
That's what you're saying. I shouldn't have doubted.
Oh, but it is going to be Caveman going down. And if I'm not mistaken, the end of Syntax at the very least for today's games. As we head into the final battle between these 3 teams, it's going to be free 4 points, Buhos and Pure Gaming to close out, at the very least, Group A today.
Of today. And 4 free points, spent all their drone credits. They only got 60 left in the bank right there, so they're going to be showing up late game, just geared to the teeth. Only 3 elim points so far, but they know for a fact that Pure Love are up there to the north here. And Pure Love looking like an interesting rotate, kind of just sending their squad mates in all types of directions, just trying to survive right here.
This was definitely a desperation play as the rest of 4 free points, and even I think Buhos have line of sight onto multiple players here from Pure, and they're just trying to survive. This is literally just a survival situation for them, trying to get as many points, maybe squeeze out another placement or a flush somewhere they can.
And they could do so. I mean, we see right there, 19, right above them, 21. So they could definitely finish the night in 4th place, looking pretty solid for tomorrow. Cairo, I believe, tossing out some smokes out there, trying to block some sight lines, but don't count out King right now. I feel like King can really play spoiler on both squads.
Don't you dare. King with a good position indeed, as you pointed out, and now just needs to play his hand and be very patient. If he shows it too early, that is going to spell doom, at the very least for him, is I imagine 4 free points is not going to make too many mistakes on cleaning him up, at the very least as a solo, and so...
Love the smokes.
Yeah, he's just going to hold out here. This is King's life now. He's just going to wait for the fight to happen around him. It is going to be Buhos. And of course, 4 free points again, shooting back and forth, trying to just get a little bit of a foothold so they can move up in the circle. But to be honest, it doesn't need to be 4 free points moving at all because they have circles. So the onus is absolutely on Buhos.
Yes, it is. And right there, Kitty Cat, I believe, trying to snipe herself, getting tapped right there from the sniper from Buhos. And that's going to allow Buhos to push up just a little further behind this solar power panel. Use this hard cover right here. They're also using this panel to block the grenades.
Yeah, I mean, this panel is doing absolute work for them, but shots are going to be found through anyways. As Nightmare is going to go down, it is up to Martin and White now to do whatever they can to just salvage this game or just do any sort of damage to gain a foothold to be able to move up, because it has been 4 free points just sitting in the best position in pretty much all the circles, but it's finally King to show his hand. Blue is coming in. He has to wrap around. Is the play now to just get his point in dire? Is he still going to go for more with Buhos? Blue is ticking down. He is running out of time. Buhos now wrapping on the south side of the circle as well.
King the spoiler right there, for real, because Cairo is looking for that wraparound on the Buhos. Now Buhos Nightmare behind this boulder with the AKM, trying to push up just a little bit, but Buhos, the whole team, awfully hurt right there, and Sleep popping up with the AKM, only 10 bullets.
And what an effort here from Buhos, but it is just not going to be enough. This is just Martin now to stay alive. The other member, obviously, of Strangers BD now gone. Martin just going to sit in the blue, and even if he wanted to die, it doesn't matter. He's going to get hunted down as 4 free points is going to find yet another chicken dinner today, Dave.
Another one right there, back to back.
Where's Khaled?
Back to back right here. 4 free points. I told you guys, be looking for 4 chicken dinners. I guarantee you, if we let them play the next 2 games, chicken.
You think so?
Everybody's getting chicken.
Okay.
This team is a team
that
thrives on momentum.
Yeah.
And I got a thing that I like to call the momentum meter right now. Last game, the momentum meter was about 50%. After this game, the momentum meter definitely a heavy 80%. Now, the question is, can they maintain this momentum for tomorrow night? Because right now it's like this. Boop, 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 boop. Can they keep it?
Oh, it's about to teeter over?
It's like,
I see you.
Can they keep it that way, or can they even get it to 100% to start strong here tomorrow night?
Probably. I mean, with how they're playing, the thing that's impressed me most about 4 free points is just the way that they are able to navigate the circle proactively earlier than most teams, but also hold that position and circumvent everyone else rotating around them. That, to me, is a mark of an incredibly dominant team, and they've showed that. But I also want to give a shout-out to Buhos Gaming, who did a wonderful job of fighting with their back to the, quite literally to the blue. Even on that crash, they had that little Navy SEAL moment you called out, and just the distraction in order to get that position. Buhos did exactly what we wanted to see them do, which was fight, and they got a good amount of kills doing that as well.
Yeah, and I think the game-winning play for Buhos was when you pointed out that they had 2 squad mates in the vehicle getting the attention of the squad that was in that guard tower, and that allowed their 2 teammates to pop up on the shoreline and secure a foothold for their other 2 teammates to safely make it on shore. So Buhos right there. Shout out to Buhos, but at the end of the day, M249, a.k.a. 4 free points here today, popping off, dude. Hey, when you're right, you're right.
Okay.
And I'm right.
You are definitely right. Surf and Turf a little rough, but look, that is going to do it for us for Group A today. We're not done, though. We still have Group B coming up, so don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
I know y'all want to see us losing, but you know we're still up here. We're still up here. So y'all gotta try to take us down, man. That's all I gotta say.
congratulations out there. You found your way to the new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. And you only came in halfway through the day, but don't worry, we are going to catch you up here on the desk. My name is Seltzer. I'm joined by Guy Blaze, Cammy D down at the end. And gentlemen, we just wrapped up our third and final match of today's Group A matches.
Yeah.
We're coming back with more tomorrow, but gentlemen, this was a bit of a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. This one I mentioned in the middle of the game with that river cutting in through the circle, making rotations and everything incredibly complicated. The circle then decided to go towards the east. That river was still very impactful, as we saw with the struggles of teams like Syntax to try and get across, even Buhos. They were more successful for sure, but then going into the late game, Blaze, I know you were very excited about how FFP continued to play out these late game phases.
Yeah, I truly was, okay? Because one thing is, when it comes down to 4 free points, they're very great at wolf packing, making the best out of any given situation. You think in some of these late game circles, we'll see the deployable cover, more cars in some of these situations, but they are very good at using their terrain to create headies. Also, most importantly, they will shoot first. Their aggression has been really key. And Cam, when it came down to it, what I was really kind of critical with Buhos about, you think about that last game circle, it's 4 free points, okay, all alive. Buhos, 3 people alive, and then you got King grinding it out, okay, snake it till you make it. He gets a kill. He tries to get that extra point to put his team in the top 4 to end the day off, but he couldn't make it happen. But going back to Buhos, they get a knock. They wasn't aggressive. They allowed that player to get back up and become a full 4. If you want to win these games, you have to be decisive at some point when it comes down to, hey, now is the time for us to win the match. This is the best opportunity rather than waiting for some miracle gift to come out the sky.
Basically.
Absolutely. And we took a look at the standings throughout there. You saw them. We had our first 3 matches of Group A today. We're going to do our next 3 matches of Group A tomorrow. We had some great performances from all of our players, and I think aside from the teams we shouted out this morning, we had a stellar performance from Team Wynnsanity.
Yes.
So I do believe we've got Wynnsanity. Hello, sir. Congratulations. Welcome to the new State Mobile Mashup Grand Finals. How are you feeling after 3 matches so far?
I'm feeling pretty great, honestly. I mean, we set the tone early in match number 1, and we were able to just get those much-needed points to set ourselves up. So, you know, my biggest fear was going into day 2 in a desperation mode. I did not want to have to pick up emergency points and be getting into fights we don't want to get into, but we feel comfortable, and, you know, free points in our team, we're kind of separating the pack a bit, but we know that there's going to be some hungry teams tomorrow, and they're going to be headhunting for sure. So if we just play our game, I think we can make it to day 3.
You've got a great tournament mindset there, Wynnsanity, and I love to hear that you're all feeling calm, especially after match 1, because there was a minute of insanity in that match. Your whole team crammed into a shed. What was comms like? What was your mind state like?
Honestly, that was a blur. I was really feeling like, all right, we're about to drop like a 7th place finish, no kills. Like, it was not looking good. You know, like you said, we had 3 down, smokes everywhere, and we had like 5 cars crashed on the side of our shed too. But you know, we just tried to stay calm and get everybody back up, get healed up, and that little shack or whatever we had was a godsend, because we were able to, you know, turn it around. And we were actually joking about it afterwards. We were like, our whole tournament flashed before our eyes. We went from 0 points up to whatever, got 22 in that match. But it just goes to show that really anything can happen. And, you know, we're trying to go into each match being open and just going with the flow and trying to adapt as we see stuff come up.
Yeah, I actually want to ask a follow-up question in regards to comms as well. Earlier on, we heard you say that you were actually going to be sharing IGL leadership between all 4 of the members, and I kind of wanted to ask an update on that, because on paper that might sound nice, but in a lot of situations that could just end up being too many cooks in one small kitchen. So what's an update on that?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I've definitely, you know, taken on a role. You know, we are all calling shots. Comms are really great with this group of guys that I haven't been playing with too much, but we gel actually very well. Just playing together for the first time today. We didn't get many practice matches in, if I'm being completely honest, but, you know, I'm really happy with how things have gone. Cluody is doing a great job leading the squad, and Sam and Maple, you know, they are fragging out, and I'm trying to keep up. And in match 2, you know, started to get back in my competitive rhythm, got a few kills there. And, you know, things just feel great. You know, we're cracking jokes, and we're kind of forgetting that there's $200,000 on the line. We're just having fun.
Yeah, man, it definitely looks like you guys are vibing out there. You know, we saw so many great plays from y'all. I don't think Syntax is going to ever run up on you anymore throughout your group play. But my question for you has to be, when it comes down to Noah, we heard a little bit of y'all trash talking in video beforehand. I know he was watching those first 3 group matches in which you guys played. He's trying to make it to the finals to go up against you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he is a guy that I'm very much looking forward to competing with on Sunday if we make it. And we're just gonna have to see where the chips fall. We got a lot of really great players that qualify. And then there's those of us in the wild card stage. There's a lot of people looking to prove themselves here in a brand new title like New State. So we'll have to see what if Noah's up to the challenge. But,
we'll see.
I'm looking forward to seeing him compete right now.
Well, thank you so much, Wynnsanity, for all the insights there. Good luck to you and your team. It's been an impressive performance so far. And I'm sure we'll be checking in with you as the tournament continues. Anything else you want to say?
Just thank you guys. You're doing an awesome job, having a ton of fun. And like I said, it doesn't even really feel like a tournament. We're just getting in there and just, we're competing, and can't wait to be back at it tomorrow.
Hey, they vibing.
Is there a scarier thing that a fierce opponent could say, that it's like it doesn't even feel like a competition?
I think that is the scariest thing you can say, because when you're at this type of level with so much money on the line and you and the squad are having fun, like it's pubs, whew, watch out for them.
Well, he did mention, too, going into day 2 with a good mindset, not feeling a lot of pressure to pick up points on that second day. And that is when we are going to see all our teams from Group A come back together. Those are our first 3 matches for tomorrow. But now, my friends, we close the book on Group A for today on Friday, and we open a new chapter of Group B. We've got 8 more teams, we've got a lot more to learn about, and we've got some new competitors here to keep an eye out for. Blaze, what are you thinking when you see this lineup?
Man, when I'm looking at this lineup right here, there are a few teams that stand out, but one team that I'm absolutely loving, and I promise, is not just because their name, even though it's awesome, but Burn in Silence, man.
Awesome name,
hey, I love these guys for their play style, all right? And what type of play style is it? It's fast, it's electric, it's in your face. Burn in Silence, man, they want to get every single kill that's in this lobby. Their rotations are quick, and when it comes down to it as their gameplay, they're always firing off on all cylinders. You don't want to sleep on this team. They will fight you for any position, so rotations around this map is going to be key, Rachel.
Absolutely. The silence is only in the name, because when they are on the map, they are loud about their skills. But Cam, they're going to be running up against a team that you've been keeping your eye on in this group. Tell me about them.
Yeah, so when we were looking at Group A, my pick, let's not check up on that one, how it's going, but still, I picked at the top of the show, was who I thought was a very good potential to win this whole thing. This one's going to be more of a dark horse, a little bit more of an underdog, and that's going to be Violent by Nature. They've been playing in the open qualifiers from the very beginning, but they were always the bridesmaid. They were never the bride. It took them up until the 3rd qualifier to actually finally stamp their ticket here to the grand final. So I'm really curious on how that progression is going to continue to go. We saw a number of great plays coming out of them. It's just more of a consistency thing that's a big problem, and as you know, that's a huge thing in the Battle Royale genre as a whole. If you want to compare them to the more top dogs like For Free Points as well as Team Panthers, their points per game a little lower, just below 9 PPG, and that's serviceable, but we are still going to need to see that level up going forward if they really want to get a good chunk of the prize pool here.
Well, you talked about Group A being the group of death early on. Group B, scariest names by far. But fortunately, you've got 2 wonderful, safe people to take you through this action. It is none other than Godspeed and Mustache Dave. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Rachel, Guy, and Cammy. Yep, we are headed into Group B, and I have to agree 100% actually with basically everything they said, but realistically, the teams I wanted to watch were the 2 teams that not only Cam but Guy brought. It was BIS, Burn in Silence, and Violent by Nature. I think those are definitely 2 of the teams to watch in this lobby.
Yes, sir. Real quick. Wynnsanity with the A Squad jacket. I sent my email. All right, where's my A Squad jacket at? But we'll get to that later. Shout out to that jacket right there.
Just
hella
another
fresh.
shout out to, honestly, I wish Wynn could just teach everyone how to give an interview, because he is just wonderful on camera, man. I mean, yeah, the content creation I'm sure helps, but like in a pressure cooker situation, he's great. So big shout out to Wynnsanity.
Good cook too. I've had some food from Wynn before in the past, so shout out to him. Maybe we'll meet again in the future. But back to your question, Group B. Everybody is talking about this team, that team, this team. Where's America's? No one's talking about America's, man. America's, they're gonna come into these 3 games today. Mark my word. Dominating, son.
let's find out, Dave, as we head into the game. And here we go, the very first game of Group B as we head into it. And looking at this circle, we got some interesting things going on as far as what's in play. Obviously, we have Graveyard, Mesa, Bay Area. There's another area. What's going on right here? What's this area all about?
That's a good area. It's called Vermont, and inside of Vermont, the rich people, you know. And I'm saying that because it's true. Inside the map of Troy, every single house, every single building, there's drone credits.
It's Loot City.
There's drone credit city on the countertops, on the floors, underneath the bed, out on the patio.
It's a nice neighborhood. The people just leave their houses with all that, you know?
Drone credits everywhere. So for a team to drop in and claim this as their own, guess who it is? It's the Americas out here, man. They're going to be getting Vermont with a ton of drone credits, and they're going to be in a nice prime gatekeeping position.
All right, as we're looking now at 7 Nations Army. You know, we didn't actually really, I just realized we didn't even really get to talk about the team from Noah, which is our influencer, and that team is looking to be pretty stacked, if I'm being honest. And so to watch them now as we settle in here, what are you looking for from this team?
Some big plays, honestly, because I haven't seen much from this team when we're talking new state-wise. Yeah, tune in to Noah from YouTube's channel here and there, but when we look at the influencer teams, I got Team Wynnsanity pegged, so I'm hoping that in this lobby it can open up a little bit more for Noah and the squad to really pop up, because I know the 3 other players on Noah from YouTube's team
kind of
nutty with competitive Battle Royale experience, mobile too, in the pocket. So I'm really curious to see how that will play a factor here in this lobby.
Absolutely. Now, and even just looking at the one thing that I find interesting already in this difference of groups is that we have teams that are, wait a second, shots coming out. King.
The machine gun nest.
Machine gun nest. Now this is an interesting. Oh, wait a second, King. Okay.
See ya.
He's gonna find a really nice little knock there onto Wicked Sun.
So the machine gun nest, a real interesting team, because I like to talk to a lot of players, and out of all the players and teams that I've had the opportunity to chat with here, this is the only team, from my knowledge, now I might be wrong, but keyword from my knowledge, has a coach. The machine gun nest, yes, they actually have a coach, and Nudes was telling me that every single night, post-game, they review the VODs, and they practice, they brainstorm, and, you know, they got the whiteboard, the whole thing.
Huge.
They got the whole thing, yeah. And with New State being such a new scene when we look at the competitive play in North America, having a coach this early on is already a leap in the right direction, in my opinion.
I think it's an amazing leap in the right direction. I mean, the proactivity of hiring a coach or getting a coach, helping them run you through your games, like even if, again, it's a new game, you get an outside perspective, right? A perspective that isn't necessarily from in-game experience, and that can be huge, especially if you're not even seeing the mistakes you're really making. And so the fact that they're already getting a coach and planning for the future really actually makes me like this team even more.
So let me ask you, you're the coach, but let's pretend you're the coach. You're not really coach, but you're in this situation, in this scenario, you're the coach for the machine gun nest.
Okay.
What do? You got 3 team members of Noah's squad right inside your city, on your town up there to that northeast. The blue zone is going to start to close in here very shortly. You do recognize there's a team over there.
Yep.
I'm looking at Coach Godspeed. What are you coaching the machine gun nest to do in this situation?
Find a way out to hold them in. You know what I'm saying? Find a way out to hold them in. Does that make sense? I want to see them isolate and figure out exactly where Noah from YouTube's team is. Right? And then I want them to get to a position within the blue, or I should say within the safe circle outside of the blue, and then hold them out and get those points. That's what I would want.
And then get them in. Find a way to hold them out and then get them in.
Exactly.
Wow, the knowledge.
The knowledge.
Man,
yeah.
That's it. That's it. Leave it at that, dude. The knowledge. Shout out to God.
Find the way out to hold them in.
To hold them in. It's that easy. And talk about being easy.
It's that easy.
It's easy.
Just do it.
Do that. It's easy. Talking about being easy. BIS, I believe, Guy Blaze on the desk picking this squad as his squad in this lobby to keep tabs on. Going to be rotating towards Graveyard. So this is a very interesting circle, number 1, because you have Vermont that is stacked with those drone creds. But then also Graveyard is not too shabby because around the center statue, there's just drone creds scattered all over the place, all over, and you can definitely pick up a lot there. And it's easy to loot as well. And a fun fact, there's 2 churches, 2 chapels that you can ring the bell and everybody can hear you. So if BIS are looking for maybe an early game fight, ring, ring, hey, dinner's served. Who wants to take the fight over here in Graveyard?
There's actually another really cool part about Graveyard is Wynnsanity had pointed it out, is there's these crows basically on those gravestones, and they can act as essentially sentries for other teams coming in if you try to use them that way. So there's a lot of really cool little things that can be done as far as, you know, using drones or just using the map itself with the tools around it to get some information.
And they can scare you, all right? Let's just say, if you're in the zone and then something pops up and oh man, I jumped one time. I dropped my device out there, and
those things are expensive, man.
They're expensive, and they don't take shots either. You can't actually, you know, take out a crow. So thinking forward right there. But Noah from YouTube calling in a green flare,
what we like to see.
Getting prepared here for the mid to late game, in my opinion.
And green flares are something we've obviously seen utilized already quite a bit as far as these teams involved. But I'm curious to see how Noah from YouTube's team is going to do that. Now, are they going to just hold it as insurance? Are they going to use it to maybe push a team early? Obviously, I think they had lost a team earlier anyways, and they got them back up. So this is just kind of re-upping on that green flare. But I just love how many options that can give you, especially if you want to play aggressive. I love the green flares.
Yeah, and it's all about just having the option, right? The option to either take a fight, be ultra aggressive early game, or not. Just having that green flare in the back pocket kind of gives you almost a sense of security, right? Like if you do
it's like a warm blanket.
Yeah, exactly. Warm blanket on a nice cold winter day. Snowing outside with the hot cocoa. The thing is, don't send the player with the green flare into the compound to take the fight.
Of course.
But talking about the fights, we got Cammy D with the map breakdown.
He's my warm blanket.
What? Okay, moving on. We're going to talk about that later. So, as you can see here, the circle was a pretty hard shift here down to the southeast. There's still some open space here in the bottom. I don't expect a lot of people to fill up that area. Really, what I want to be looking at is this struggle up here. There's a team that's still out in the blue. They're having to make their way into the zone, and that's a pretty far distance to try and cover. And with so many teams hanging out in the center already, they might be coming in so late and not be able to find a place that's actually good to play off of. And so already you can just see how early game decisions can start to affect how you play through the mid game and into the late.
Absolutely, and that's also highlighting the teams that we were talking about earlier with YouTube and the Machine Gun Nest.
Yes, and Instincts out here on the outskirts, one of the teams that qualified open qualifiers week number 1, Instincts, and looks like they're on the outskirts of this complex looking to take the fight inside BIS, but they need to be cautious because there's going to be another squad to the north of them, Violent by Nature. So Instincts need to really be aware of their surroundings in this situation, not to get sandwiched here, Godspeed.
I do want to say, though, I love the way that Instincts has taken this fight. I believe it was Mexican who was able to get a nice little off angle. They did take out one member already of Burn in Silence, and so because of that and their positioning around this wall, they're actually making it very difficult for Burn in Silence to make any plays. But fortunately for Burn in Silence, they don't really have to, because guess what? They're dead center.
Yes. Just hunker down. Hunker down. As we say that, though, Mercy looking to pop out, looking for that flank right there. Going to be connecting some shots on the Toxic, but look at that. The Vector trade right there. So we were saying they could hunker down. They could hunker down, but they're not doing that. They're being proactive and being a little riskier here, in my opinion, Godspeed.
Yeah, but I mean, they're trying to find a way out of this because, yes, they could just kind of hold up and turtle up in this position, but then that's going to allow...
Tuck and roll.
Wait a second. Tuck and roll. Survive.
Tuck and roll.
Oh, he's going to find the knock. Beautiful stuff from Maluma. But, yeah, they want to kind of find a way to get themselves out of there. Being proactive. The problem is that Instinct has done such a good job of surrounding him. They're not really letting them. It's just down to Cry now to be able to find as much as possible, but he's not going to do it. And Instinct is going to wipe one of the teams that we have hyped up quite a bit.
Yeah. Burning in Silence. Back to the lobby. Right there. 2 more games to go, so best of luck to them. But Pew out here with the SKS just laying down the damage. Remember, we were talking about Violent by Nature having the third-party potential onto that compound. they got that knock Godspeed in there, just full sending it right now.
And you know what I love about Peel as well? I mean, these guys, they don't care if you're 4 free points. They don't care if you're a team like Surf and Turf, Team Sanity, Strangers BD. They don't care. They're actually just full on aggression. They're not afraid to talk the smack. And honestly, the aggression that they've showed, even though it hasn't always worked out for them, I really actually mess with this team quite a bit.
Well, you could talk the smack, but you got to back up that talk and do the walk here. So in order for them to do that here, at least in their first match of the evening, they need to take the fight and get the clean wipe on the Instincts, in my opinion. And they're on the outskirts. They're trying to open up this fight with some grenades, with some mollies, flush them out here. Still 4 up.
Yep, still 4 up. And all these teams are fighting actually fairly early for this center position, this giant warehouse. And I can understand why. I mean, it provides quite a bit of cover, obviously, but you also center circle, and you have cover to move from and play from in multiple stages. So it's a good position, but I don't know if it's worth so early, especially with so many teams crashing.
Real quick, I want to point out how Violent by Nature are playing this one. They have Cinders still in the cliffs behind them with the Mini 14, kind of playing that Overwatch position, right? And this really opens it up for Violent by Nature, the 3 squad members up close and personal on the gate, to really be a little more flexible and maneuver to look for those off angles. So shout out to Cinders right there.
And it's great to see. The only issue for Cinders is potentially if another team crests him from his south, but right now they pretty much got that covered and no one is making that push. And so yes, having him as an anchor has obviously paid dividends. They're doing so much damage to Instinct and just shredding their armor. Again, giving them a hard time as far as moving from position to position. They're not letting them rotate, obviously.
Yeah.
And this is wonderful stuff. But Instinct is fighting back.
Yeah, they keep getting the pickups, too. Now they're down to just 2. Let's see. By Nature looking to flush them out here of this warehouse.
And it's Peel now doing everything he can to hold off. They are fairly healthy now. Knocks are going to be found. And it's just 1 member left alive now for Instincts, as it's been pretty much all VBN for this.
Yep. Sam with the UMP.
They're not going to make it out. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
Okay, and just in time, too, for Violent by Nature to quickly loot up, get those crates, get those drone credits, pop some meds, and get those vehicles and look to reposition, because we do see the next circle did pop here, and that warehouse no longer in play.
Nope, but at the very least, it is Violent by Nature that now has that rotation point to move freely, right? They don't have to deal with another team at the very least immediately.
Yeah.
And they can rotate in on the north or wherever they want. Now, there's 2 other teams that actually still aren't in the circle, and that is going to be the Machine Gun Nest and Team for No. Those are the teams we saw in the northeast, and they're going to have a little bit of a more difficult path coming in, especially now with that northwest being occupied and pretty much controlled by the team of Violent by Nature.
Yeah. They got it locked down big time. And we touched a little bit on the Machine Gun Nest, the team with the coach. Also, fun fact, they qualified by default because their lobby, everyone
Everyone else is here,
right there. So they really got lucky right there. So they need to capitalize on that luck.
Or was it calculated, Dave?
Tomato, tomato, am I right? But America's here with the defend onto 7 Nations Army, trying to make the pull up here for the center spot.
And they are at the very least going to get it for now. They will have some neighbors, some very noisy neighbors in the Americas, as you said. And Americas has been a really solid team just overall, as we see someone coming down, and King doing his best job of trying to take him out. I think that's a little ambitious for a Scar at that range, but who knows? And it is going to be Cinders. Cinders, the member of the team we saw anchoring for Violent by Nature. He did indeed actually get third-partied from the thing I was worried about, but you know what? Doesn't matter. They were able to get a green flare, and then he's back.
Back up, and on the edge, too. On the edge up
Living
there
on the
to
edge.
the north.
Oh,
Living on the edge, for sure. And on the edge. And looking at Violent by Nature, they got a soft 2-2 split, right? And talking about the edge up there to the north, the Machine Gun Nest going to be possibly holding them down. So there's a couple fights on the cusp of erupting here. You got the north, you got the south, and then the center, Godspeed.
Yep, you do indeed. And Sixless here from YouTube trying to find... Oh my goodness, what are those shots?
Got him. Sixless getting taken out right there. Taking out, and that's going to be La Familia on the receiving end right there. And La Familia, they were gatekeeping them right here. So looks like Noah's squad, little 2-2 split, after that knock, able to get the wraparound onto La Familia. So that knock pretty much opened up the next rotation for team from Noah.
And there's quite a bit of a clump here in the center as well. I mean, just looking here as team from Noah, they're just looking for somewhere to play, right? And excuse me, they're not looking for someone to play. They were just doing some scouting, and now they're just going to head back to the tower.
Playing the long game, and you'll love to see it. And looks like they're going to be able to occupy a nice little spot right there on the road. But talking about teams trying to play the long game, Violent by Nature still not able to make it into the circle. The blue zone is closing in here just a little bit. We can see the other Jedi was knocked out in the process. And this is going to be the Machine Gun Nest, the team that default qualified. They really need to show up here. So if they can gatekeep Violent by Nature, a huge name in this lobby, that will be a huge kind of kickstart in the right direction.
And even then, just off to the south, as we're talking about those teams, we really haven't talking at all about La Familia. They've been big chilling. They really haven't done much. They're sitting there on the southwest side. They really haven't had to deal with, well, in fact, they've only had to deal with maybe 2 people, and those are just knocks, or finished knocks. So they have 2 points, and they have probably a decent amount of loot. They have clear rotation sightlines to the south if they want to off that shift. I don't really even see a problem of them getting it to that point. So they're actually in a really good position to potentially take this game just off positioning alone.
Yeah, La Familia popping those vehicles quickly, get in the south, hold it down, set up a defensive position, and just go for those placement points, honestly. Play for that late game. But talk about the north. We were talking about this fight on the cusp of erupting. The Machine Gun Nest trying to get some nice sprays out there, kind of dispersing Violent by Nature on that rotate.
And that's kind of the name of the game right now, right? Is throw your opponents off, don't let them rotate the way they want to. So either you can take that path or you can just cut them out completely. And that's kind of what we're seeing is Machine Gun Nest is starting to move now. Shots coming out from King as they're trying to harass as well. I believe that's Violent by Nature still. And so these 2 members kind of stuck. It's not the best situation. They do have some utility out as you see those smokes. So they should be able to, at the very least, maybe get in their vehicle and get out of dodge. As we also see now some more movement around the map as the situation is starting to get a little more desperate as 4 seconds until the circle starts to close.
Trust in the Electron, though. Trust in the bus. Cinders and co have right there as they look to reposition. I want to point out, though, the Americas and Seven Nations Army, they've been so close to each other up there on the hilltops. Not even moving a muscle. We really don't see them in the kill feed. We actually see the Americas trying to take some shots and gatekeep our squad up in the north, the Machine Gun Nest here from that position. I mean, talk about a nice neighbor.
Amicable neighbors. You could call them that, at least for the time being, but this is not going to stay that way forever. Seven Nations Army, as well as, of course, America's, at some point will have to fight. At the very least, before that, they should be able to try to help hold out the Machine Gun Nest, who still aren't in circle. If they try to come in directly from the north side, we'll have to see. As we also look at the team, Violent by Nature actually rotating in and getting a decent spot up on the East Coast.
Yeah, I believe only 2 alive, though, from that squad. Possibly 3. They are going to be grouped up to right on top of each other. But, yeah, talking about all the different teams, I like their position the most. And the reason being is because they have a huge buffer between them and everybody else in the lobby. And talking about the buffer, oh, man, the Machine Gun Nest, no buffer here, pulling up right on these outskirts of the neighbors we were talking about, Godspeed.
And these are not the neighbors you want to have specifically when they're flushing you out like that. It is going to be Sins very low now. Blue is coming in, so Los has to be careful. Sins as well, and that's going to be a clean wipe for the Americas, clean wipe for Seven Nation Army. But the fight's not over just yet. Wait a second. Oh, this is a separate fight altogether. This is actually Noah from YouTube's team.
Yeah, still kind of clashing, going back and forth with La Familia. But popping back to what you were saying about the Americas, I really feel like they had a window of opportunity to try to pull up, close that gap, and really be that thorn in the side of La Familia. Instead, kind of just letting La Familia get some free damage on the board right there.
And that is, at the very least, at the start of Game 1 is not necessarily the type of precedent you want to set, but again, it is just the first game, and these teams, just as we watched in Group A, are still trying to get used to each other and figure out how the other ones are going to play. But yeah, this has just been a mess, and oh, another knock is going to come out. That spells a lot of trouble now for Violent by Nature, a team whose position you actually like, but now they are just struggling.
Yeah, I think Violent by Nature watching game 1 from Team Sanity, looking at that middle box, and like, that's the box.
They're surviving, though.
Spot. That's the spot. So looks like they're going to be right behind it, getting that cover. Meanwhile, the squads up in the north, oh man, they're going to be clashing and probably cruising right past team from Noah.
And this is getting very claustrophobic very quickly. All of these teams realize that they have to occupy a very small amount of space, as you see 2 separate teams rotating in Americas there, as well as Machine Gun Nest. And
it's a mess, dude. It is a mess up here. The Americas trying
Machine Gun Nest not even in. It was
position that car.
And this is wild here. America's, though, holding this hill very, very strongly, using utility as well. They have smokes going out. FAU-G is actually still in the midst of that team, so he's feeding them information as they're throwing out all this utility.
Throw some grenades, though. I see the smokes. The smokes are going to be blocking those sight lines, but
honestly,
if
flush
I'm
your
the
teammate for 3 kills.
Do it.
I would. If you were down and I could throw a grenade on your body and I would guarantee a squad wipe and 3 kills, I'm sorry, Dave. I'm throwing that nade every time.
That's why you coach Godspeed, not player Godspeed. Just putting that out there. And the metal box from Violent by Nature, they're going to be holding it down here. And, well, the zone is collapsing some more. Sixless with the DP 6 times, looking to get the final flush out there and maybe even pop some tires. But we got a late call in from Seven Nations Army in the sky. That is a risky move here.
That's incredibly risky. I mean, it's basically like a chicken falling from the sky, just dangling, cooked up, ready to be
tender.
Chicken tender. Everyone's going to be looking at that, but I have to give it up here to Team From Noah. They have just been surviving and just dominating from every small position that they've been able to take here. It's Sixless as well with that 6x DP, just doing a load of work for these guys.
Ooh, going for that wild spray out there, putting some damage on the board, but at the same time looking to reposition. And they might have to finally clash with La Familia. Down to just 1.
True, nice.
Ooh, baby, the barrel. The double.
Oh, he almost got 2, but that's huge. That actually kind of crippled.
Got the double.
Yeah, that crippled the team there from Team From Noah now. They got to be careful as it is going to be PL still barely just alive, as well as Jedi need to heal, but they're starting to wrap on this position. It is a 2-on-3. And Team From Noah knows exactly where they are.
America's, baby. Peel has 1 HP. Get him! There we go. Peel done. Peel down. That's 3 up for the Americas. They only got 1 elim point here this game. Doesn't even matter. Gonna finish it here with Jedi back against the blue. And there we go. America! Winner, winner, chicken dinner here. Group B, game number 1, Godspeed. What I say, man? What I say? Everybody's sleeping on America. Nobody picking America. Starting strong here in this lobby. It's what I, Mustache Dave, loves to see.
I mean, it came down to Americas and Violent by Nature at the end. We also saw Team From Noah doing their best to stay alive. But, man, Americas from start to finish, the way they rotated, their macro, everything was, I don't want to say perfect, but it was pretty close.
It was nice. Hey, for a influencer team, they did a good job. Right, they did a good job. They were leapfrogging a lot around La Familia, trying to avoid the early fights, go for those replacement points, and only fight when necessary. And they did a good job. You know, they got a couple elim points, but that was a pretty quiet early game. Very similar to game number 1 in Lobby A. What happened in game number 2? The heat got turned up just a little bit here.
It started cooking a little bit. You know, it started cooking a little bit, and I'm sure that's probably what we're going to see here in the second game as we head up into it for Group B. But I even want to talk about La Familia, right? I was getting a little bit of Buhos vibes from them, a little passive for my taste. That being said, I know that team has fragging capabilities.
Well, talking about abilities, we got an amazing panel on the desk with amazing abilities. We got Rachel, got Blazing, Cammy D. Don't go anywhere. Checking out these abilities next.
Welcome back to the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We just had our first match of Group B. The exciting news, we've got 2 teams tied for first place. Gentlemen, how does that happen?
Man, you know what? I would say that that was an exciting first game, and it happens because it's a battle of 2 different play styles that we had out there, all right? Now, let's talk a little bit about Violent by Nature because they brought the violence in this game 1 of Group B. You know, we saw early on, we talked a lot about Burn in Silence, and you know, we were looking to see some great rotations out of them. Well, they did take over the most important POIs there, but we saw a huge fight early on in the game where they got taken out by Instinct. Then from there, Violent by Nature said, this is the perfect opportunity for us to get position and get some kills. And they came through with a well-placed third party because those kills in which they got there ultimately lasted them for the rest of the game to really get that positioning. They found themselves kind of dead in the rotations afterwards. They lost the player in a storm, but they spread out, they had the vehicles, and they made the best out of a very difficult situation, Cam.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that is required in order to be a top Battle Royale player is knowing what game it's going to be. You see the first phase, you see the second phase, you see where all the other teams are.
Yeah.
Sometimes, in Violent by Nature's case, the chances of you safely getting into the late game to try and go for the win is going to be slim to none. So hats off to them for even making it to second place in terms of placement-wise. But they saw, you know what, this is going to be a points-focused game, this is going to be a kill-focused game, and they went for it. Americas, on the other hand, they also had to struggle because all the hardships pulling away from them, they were, what was it, driving parallel in tandem with Seven Nations Army. Very difficult for them to get into the circle, so I can't fault them for only having 2 kills at the end. Good job on them to clutch up that win for that 10-point, that jump from 6 to 10, 4 points extra. I do wonder, though, if maybe that was a missed opportunity by a couple of the other teams that were in the middle of that circle. I think Noah's team was one of them. Maybe they could have done a better job holding off these teams that were outside of the zone time and time again.
Yeah, we're learning one thing. You got to be decisive.
Yes, and we're learning another thing. These teams, they're all learning each other. This is their first match hopping in together. Some of these teams might have faced off in the qualifier rounds, but as Cam said, as you said, they're getting a feel for each other in this matchup. They're seeing who's the aggressive team, who is the careful team that's going to try and stick it out to the end. So based on what we've learned here today from, you know, what we've seen in this one matchup, you still sticking with Burn in Silence? Are you going over to Team Cammy here?
Woo!
Violent
You know
by
what?
Nature looks smart.
Violent by Nature, it looks great, and I love their name, by the way, okay? You know, I used to have a team name just like it, and I may be jumping ship with you, Cammy. I don't know. Burn in Silence.
Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Proud
to have you. I ain't going to bail just yet, you know? First game jitters.
Whoa, you can't bait me like
Just
that.
take a high five back.
Just leave me alone. I'm thinking.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Well, we'll let you think through that one there. There's a lot to decide, a lot of great players on all these teams here, but anything you want our audience to watch out for as we head into this next matchup?
Well, you know, for me, I think the one thing that we do have to pay close attention to is, you know, we'll lean onto the Burn in Silence, okay? Because they were the team in which Godspeed was looking out for, I was looking out for. They didn't plan to be the focus of attention that early in the game. And we saw that one fight got the whole lobby jumping because everybody saw their name in the kill feed. So they are the focus, and they're going to have to, you know, be careful on this next map.
That's a smart one there, Blaze. Thank you so much for the insights, gentlemen. We'll be checking back in with you after this match, but now I'm going to hand it on over to the geniuses who call the action. Back to you, Mustache Dave and Godspeed.
Thanks, as always, to our amazing panel there. And you know what? I'm actually sticking with Burn in Silence. I really feel like that we didn't get to see what that team is really all about. Guy talked about it earlier. Very aggressive team, very strong. We'll see it. I'm giving him some games, some faith.
Well, you know what? Talking about faith, we got the game ready to go, so let's jump right in, Godspeed. All right, so the real question on everybody's mind, I'm looking at the chat right now, is Guy Blaze on the side of Burn in Silence, or did Guy Blaze jump off the ship of Burn in Silence here this game? Godspeed.
I think he's still on that ship. Maybe he's just hanging on barely. But I guess we'll have to find out.
He high-fived Cammy D. Once when you high-five
you
Cammy
can't
D,
take a high five back, by the way. I agree 100%. But, I mean, it is Guy, and Guy can do whatever he wants.
That
so
is true.
We'll give it to him. We'll give it to him. He can hold if he wants to. But looking at this drop here, It's kind of a pileup in that southwest, man, where Burn and Silence actually is. What's going on with that, Dave?
What's going on with that is they heard that Guy Blaze might be on their side and might not be on their side. So they're getting all kind of scattered. They're also questioning their decisions here on the drop. I mean, they got Voxel looking like they're going to be in Chester, probably looting up that police station. Meanwhile, the other 3 squad mates on the outskirts of Seven Nations Army, who had a pretty decent game number 1 here tonight. And the zone does go up, and guess what? It doesn't favor. It doesn't favor Burn and Silence here.
Not at all. And I mean, that is not what I like to see, is a member just kind of running around after drop waiting to be picked up. But look, at the very least, they're going to get in this vehicle. They're going to be able to drive somewhere where they can loot a little more safely, and that seems to be probably Chester for them. I mean, hell, they might even be able to pop open that, that little special crate there and let everyone know that we're grabbing all the good stuff.
Catching some air. That's 3 points. Oh,
that was almost clean, man. I saw that pole and I was, oh, is it stuck?
Did they total it?
Oh, that's tragic.
The Volta.
They'll find another vehicle in Chester, I'm sure.
So Burn and Silence, I want to see them loot Chester really quickly, but looking at this circle, I would love to see them go to Swatton up there at the top. Another nice little town right there on the outskirts, and based on the plane path, they can probably assume nobody's going to be over there. So I'd rather loot and take my time in a city that is in circle number 1 compared to a city that's outside the circle, just to avoid the potential of getting gatekeeped here, right? And I'm pointing this out because they have 0 points, and also if they do decide to loot Chester and spend a lot of time there, there's about 1 bridge, and if they don't decide to take the bridge, they gotta go to the swamps. And based on their driving that we just saw right there, I don't think they can drive to the swamps. They might lose a couple vehicles doing that.
Look, it's a little rough. I'm still going to maintain, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yes, even this drop was kind of scuffed, specifically because they even had to get the vehicle, and yeah, they may have totaled it. But regardless, they're going to be able to get a good amount of loot here, and they should be able to get a vehicle, at least 2 vehicles, to rotate out and start getting themselves a nice little foothold as far as future rotations go. BIS has proven in the past that they're a pretty dynamic team, and they are pretty proactive. I mean, obviously, they're very aggressive, but yeah, they can make those good decisions. And so, again, I'm not losing any faith in BIS. However, if they have another catastrophic game, then I would say, like, yeah, going into game 3, maybe I'm a little worried about them. But right now, I think they're chilling.
And in your opinion, what is a catastrophic game, if you don't mind me just kind of getting that definition?
Pretty much what happened in game 1. that would be my travesty of a game. No points, going out early, especially in a center position. I mean, but you got to give it up to the team that was able to take that from them in instinct. So.
Okay. Well, 0 points. They can't do any worse. Right? You don't lose points here, so
it's only up from here.
It's only up from here, and this is a team that did qualify in the Opens week number 2, and since then they've been running their back every single week and every single day, trying to get that most optimal practice. And I believe, talking to Voxel, if I'm not mistaken, they have been trying to work on that mental game, right? And I think this is a true test to that, and the fact that they are trying to work on that, because 0 points in game number 1 at probably, at least because New State's so new with the North America, the comp scene, the biggest tournament so far in your career, I think that's fair to say. 0 points, you're really going to be testing that mental aspect.
I would use the term less than ideal. As far as that is concerned, for getting 0 points first game. But again, let's give them a little.
It's only 1 game.
It's only one game. It's only one game of 3, granted, but it's only 1 game. And as we move over here to Jedi and Violent by Nature, a team that on the other side of things exploded out the gates.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, we know Peel got that trash talk going down for him. You know, telling everybody to watch out for them. So if you got the talk, you got to do the walk, and that's what we were talking about. And Violent by Nature actually in first place, kind of tied, even though Americas did get the chicken last game, but Americas only had 2 elim points, though. It's because they weren't proactive on those elim points. I feel like when we talk consistency, you got to be a team that gets both, 50-50 split, placement points and elim points. You got to be able to do both.
However, I will say, to their kind of credit, and their defense, in that they had really great positioning. They just couldn't really capitalize many of those situations into kills just because of the way the rotations were. And sometimes that's kind of the case, right? You may have one of the best positions on the map, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the most kills or you're going to be able to do a lot off that, especially if you're landlocked like in the middle of the circle and all the teams and fighting are happening around you. So hopefully they're a little more aggressive. Obviously, you like the Americas quite a bit. You, gave it a little Diamond Dave seal of approval before that game. So I'm sure they'll be just fine as we now move on to another team here in the Machine Gun Nest that we talked about having a coach.
They do have a coach. Coach Godspeed. We have
I am not their coach, sir.
Oh,
otherwise they probably would be doing much worse. So.
Nah, you're a good coach, man. You're a good. I've seen it before. So, yeah, they're going to be right there on the outskirts. INTZ Instincts looks like they are going to be calling in a nice little drone right there, getting that sweet loot off center down here towards the south. Now, Peel is going to be kind of investigating the area just a little bit, scouting for Violent by Nature. So this might be a nice opportunity for Instincts to maybe get one elim point here on the board.
Kind of looking at Seven's Nation Army right now. I mean, they're still in the blue, and not just like in the blue, like just on the edge. I mean, they are deep in there, down just to the west of Graveyard, and so they are going to be coming in late rotations. But fortunately for them, the route they're coming in, which is just the east of Mall, that's completely open. I mean, this is the freest rotation in the world for Seven Nation Army from a position where they were actually kind of contested early.
I like how you said they're not just in the blue, but they're in.
I mean, they were in
the
there.
blue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
they're definitely in the blue. Looks like they are going to be pulling up outside of the blue. And talking about the blue, we got Cammy D. Bring it to us, man.
Yeah, so as you can see here, the next phase has revealed itself, and it is pretty center, which I think most of the teams here are going to be happy with, especially my favorite team, Violent by Nature. From the first 2 games already, we can see that they just love this central position, and as you can see, all 4, I'm just going to draw, you don't have me to draw dots, the dots are already there. They're playing a nice little box spread. They're not just clumping up in one position, they're trying to spread out and get themselves a lot of territory. They might be getting crashed by a team right now, and so hopefully these crossfires will allow them to at least get a little bit of damage. But either way, they're already here, ready for action, and that's how powerful a center position can get you if you can grab it early.
That's a really good point. Not only if you can grab it early, but like Cammy is saying, if you can utilize that position by using those kind of that box spread, you have members in a 2-2. Often you see members kind of looking in the same direction, but no, they were very aware and they were basically looking at everything, every sideline they could to make sure that even in that split, they could defend it if they were getting crashed from any direction.
It's all about the box spread, you know? We need a box.
Box them out, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
box
them out, box them in, do whatever you want inside that box. One thing they didn't do in that box, though, Noah from YouTube, at least 2 of the teammates drove right through that box.
Oh, that box is failing.
Oh,
wait a second. Seven Nation Army now not
blow
even...
it up.
Get out of the vehicle. Oh.
And vehicles have like a 5-second timer or cooldown before it blows up from being on fire right there. So
that's not what I'm curious about. There was so much of a delay there between Sixless and his teammate to even get out of that vehicle. Meanwhile, on the snapback from Seven Nation Army, he stopped running them over. I mean, that was very well assessed by Isaze.
You see, you know, in my lobbies as Diamond Dave,
of course,
that's a play that I do.
What lobbies are those?
Diamond Dave,
of course. Diamond.
That's the strat. That's the Dave strat right there. Get some loot early on, get into a vehicle, and just
drive around.
Just
I feel like it's a little harder in these lobbies though than it is in the Diamond Dave lobby.
Man, put me in this lobby.
I kind of wish they would put you in this lobby.
I wish. I had to turn down Team Wynnsanity. I got the
That's
invite.
actually true.
Wynnsanity was like, "Yo, Dave,
I remember the emails went out. Yeah.
Yes. Let bring it. I said, listen. Have you heard of Godspeed?
They're like,
the coach for Team Machine Gun Nest.
I don't know why you're pushing this there.
I got a cast with him, Wynnsanity, maybe next season. But they did good regardless today.
Yeah, they did all right without you. I think, probably first place.
You know,
yeah, exactly.
It's still good, you know. So shout out to them.
They're all right.
It's all right. Seven Nations Army. Okay.
Another team that's, I'd say, a little better than all right. I mean, at the very least so far with their rotations, we've seen them a little proactive. They've been coming in kind of like these off-center kind of inner cardinal zones, like down to the southwest. They always tend to take a safer position, but then move in from that. So I like this from them. I would like to see them kind of commit to a few more kills. They've already got a decent amount of kills, if I'm being honest. But overall, I mean, there really isn't much to complain about. They've been playing solid in this one game we've seen.
Yeah, solid performance in their own match. Couldn't argue with that. Now, one thing I want to point out, though, What's up? No green flares. What is happening? We haven't really seen any green flares come out.
One this group so far? Just one?
Well, I'm looking at Seven Nations Army, right? They're still down 2 right there, and
Team from Noah, I believe.
Noah,
Yeah.
like where are the green flares? Where are the drone credits at? Where are the call-ins? It is still early game, and early game you have the best odds to. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, here we go. Hey.
Asazi, there we go.
There we go. Okay, so I take all that back. So it's coming. It's on the way. They
You
said,
know,
Dave,
you
hold
just
up.
gotta have some patience.
30 seconds too long for me.
But
all
I
right?
do know you. You don't really have a lot of patience. You're always next fight, next fight, next fight. So
On to the next fight. Let's go. We got the machine gun that's pulling up. I'm just joking. But green flare. Cool. Love
they are going to definitely want to use that, considering they're down 2 members. But again, we want to see that as well from Team from Noah. Everyone else is kind of chilling, though. I mean, this map has not really lended a lot of credence to any fights. Most of the teams have set up in the circle who want to be in the position that they're currently in as far as rotations for the next circles. So this one is going to be a little more on the slow side, I think, Dave.
The lobby, I think.
This
I know
lobby
it's
is
only
that,
game
yeah.
2, but the lobby as a whole, a lot slower, a lot different of a
Cinders
vibe.
Finding a nice shot there.
Got the SKS 6 times on here, and that is going to be the machine gun nest right underneath them. And talking about the chill vibe, Sun is just casually strolling up to Burn in Silence right here. No care in the world, just scouting for the team.
Oh, and a headshot will end Team from Noah. That's it. They're out. Game 2.
Yeah, make sure to check it out on YouTube, the highlights. Oh, their game. One more game to go tonight, though. They can definitely come back, and I think.
Oh, that is a shift. That's a shift and a half.
America's, dude. They got the chicken dinner in game number 1. They're gonna be holding down the Ville center game number 2.
This might be one of those situations, though, being dead center as they are, especially in like a very condensed city like Anchorville, where a lot of the teams around them kind of take care of each other, and America's actually doesn't get that much action as far as kills, right? Because you were asking for more kills. I'm not sure if they're going to get it being in that position. That being said, they're in a phenomenal position.
Great spot.
The best one on the map right now, but I'm not sure if they're going to get a lot from it as far as kill points, at the very least in the next shift. Obviously, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
We'll see.
And I'm looking at the rotates. I'm looking at instincts. We can see them in 6th place on the overall leaderboard. They have the opportunity to wrap all the way around the east side and actually go to those hilltops of Anchorville to the north and get some solid sight lines on these teams that are probably going to be opting to just send it into the city for some solid cover for the time being. So it's really, in my opinion, who can get to those hilltops, those mountaintops, and get the best range, the sight lines for themselves here in this game.
And the most interesting thing to me as well, on top of all that, Dave, is the fact that we haven't seen a true city ending yet.
Yeah.
And we really haven't seen many of those even throughout the qualifiers, right? So for me, at the very least, this is going to be a kind of new experience, because I can tell you in PC, city endings are an absolute mess, and they can be very frustrating at times. And so I can only imagine it probably translated over pretty much the same.
Yeah. All I'm going to say, custom kit Vector, custom kit UMP, maybe even custom
double
kit
SMG?
Tommy gun.
Okay.
Just SMGs across the board here.
What about an
Singularity.
MG3, though?
Yeah, for sure.
Or
you already won the game. You know what? If you really want to win the game, Godspeed, the P90. But we'll see. We'll see. As right now, the Americas,
I mean, I said they might not find
defending.
kills, but yeah, the team trying to crash into them, and they're going to find 2 easy kills for themselves now as they're starting to, again, push their lead a little more just by 1 point, but every point matters, especially when you only have 6 games.
Yeah, and that was Instincts that drove right past them. They did go a little north of Anchorville to those mountain tops over here, but Cinder is still kind of playing that guardian role for the squad of Violent by Nature. Just watching Jedi get crashed on right here from La Familia.
Jedi now holding his position with that L8. Nice little, oh, actually he's switched to the ump now. Threw a little 3x on it. Again, an SMG, as you said, and they're so good in these situations. And he's all by his little lonesome. Jedi has to make...
They know.
Something happened here. He's got to make a mountain out of a molehill, and I'm not sure if he can, but I'm never going to bet against the Jedi. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 Jedis. We got this Jedi and the one on STX. If I had to pick a Jedi, I would pick the STX one, but that's not here or now.
I do like a little more of a violent Jedi, though, a little more of the on the dark side, if you will. So I'm going to stick with this Jedi, actually.
I like MP5K Jedi, and right now this Jedi really low in the health, so we can.
Utility is coming in, but where's
heal.
the rest of his team? Honestly.
Yeah, we can hear that heal too. Jedi just kind of buying some time, or at least attempting to buy time.
Yeah, as you see Cinders on the outside of this as well, looking for an angle. That's going to be the knock there. That's going to be a lot of information as well for Violent by Nature, right? That's a knockdown. They pretty much know where everyone else is. He's just going to dry peek. What a spray from Jedi.
And you know what the intel is on La Familia? Hey, there's a person here. You know, there's a squad member or an enemy across the way. Don't send it up there. And that's going to give the time needed.
The street position.
Yes, the time needed for Violent by Nature to pull up and provide that support for Jedi.
And this whole time, they were realistically just holding the team of La Familia out. And this is going to be increasingly more difficult. I take everything I said back. This hold by Violent by Nature and this plan with Jedi to just be that distraction point for the rest of the team to come in was just really beautifully executed. Now, that's obviously predicated on the fact that Jedi gets that knock, but he was able to get it.
And you know what? Whoever wins this fight, the position with the next zone is huge. She'll definitely be able to get that green flare call back here. So let's see who comes out on top. Godspeed.
Let's see indeed now is La Familia making their push forward, is going to be peeling the other side of that as well as Jedi. He's going to take some blind shots here, but still, this team not the healthiest in the back of the blue. This is a very messy fight coming around the corner, but Peel is good for it. And he's still moving. He might be good for two. What a play. What an absolute play.
Peel just too good right there. And now Peel and Jedi are going to use that teamwork mechanic to pick up honor just in time, too, because the machine gun nests are kind of rotating in the area. They might have some intel on that fight. Yes, they do. Already going to be taking some shots trying to third party that one. This is a big position in the south to contest for, and I already see that green flare out for Violent by Nature, looking to call back their team member who got flushed. They called him back. Cinders is on his way.
Cinders is on his way back, and the other interesting thing to note here is the circle is pretty much barren in the center. Now, there's that hill to the west side, which I'm sure the Americans would want to take, but right now they just have to focus on making sure that the team of Seven Nation Army doesn't get any closer. And beyond that, on the north, you have Instinct. There's another fight popping off. It's going to be Burn in Silence this time. Sin's going to find a knock onto Cry. Very, very big knock considering how good Cry has been for this team. But look at Mercy now finding the shots, not able to get a knock, but enough damage to buy some time.
Man, they send Senti up in the front line trying to open it up with a vehicle run over, honestly. Trying to buy some time for the pickup in the back lines. Santi, I believe, getting knocked out in that very risky play right there, Godspeed.
It was a risk indeed, but sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, as they say.
That is true.
This
and
time,
that opened it up for the biscuit Cinders to safely drop and not get thirsted in the air.
And a nade here, Violent by Nature now onto Machine Gun Nest.
MP5K.
Pretty versatile little gun there, 2x on it. Should have a decent range there to get some damage, but not going to find anything. Not really surprising. Just some shots to let them know that we're here.
Yes. Nude's in the front line, though, with the Tommy gun, looking to get that surprise factor, while King in the back line trying to toss some grenades, trying to toss some mollies. Nudes really needs to connect these shots with no honor. Already about 45 health. Yep, going to be pulling back to safety behind the boulder to get that heal off.
Yep, and they need to finish this fight fast, Dave, because the circle is starting to move here in just 40 seconds, and they are going to be on the edge. They're not even close to center. They're not even close to the edge right now, and this fight is detrimental. This is mutually assured destruction here.
Yeah, shout out to Nudes, though, for at least popping that deployable shield to create some cover, and Sin's going to be throwing down a couple smokes, trying to back out, trying to wrap around the northeast, and trying to survive, honestly, right now. But they got Violent by Nature hot on the case, trying to confirm, trying to flush, trying to get these elim points, Godspeed.
This team is kind of nice right now. I'm
nice.
I'm not going to lie. I really, really like Violent by Nature, not only in the last game, but the way that they're playing this as well. So methodical in the way they're clearing out. The most important thing is they're playing for trades, Dave. my biggest thing in any BR, or really just in any shooter, doesn't matter if it's mobile PC, playing for trades.
Playing for trades. All right, well, let's see if they could trade this team fight for our winner chicken dinner, because we see them with 7 elim points. But guess who hasn't been passive? America's in the north. They got 6 elim points. Make that 7 elim points, Godspeed. So they're also putting in the work up there in the north.
Oh yeah, the north and the south being taken by 2 different teams.
That's a rock.
That is a rock indeed. And Cinder's going to go down here now as we follow along with America's still continuing to just get these kills in the north. They've been in the city for a while, and they've just been dominating everybody that comes their way.
Yes, sir. Holding down the Ville. Let's see. Can they finish off 7 Nations Army? I believe there's just one more on the rooftop, and they can hear those thuds.
Yep,
They can
yep.
hear Hunter thud, 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 thud up there. Hunter has the L8 with the shotgun. Okay. You hear it.
Shotgun definitely not a bad gun to have in this situation at all, but that blue is starting to encroach on top of him, and he just got to get out of there.
It's a scary situation.
The problem
honestly.
is if he gets out of there, he's running into the arms of 4 very strong members of Americas.
Yeah, honestly, deny the point.
It's a pick
I
your
wouldn't
poison,
be
yeah.
opposed to it.
I mean, they heard the glass break. He has the smoke, obviously. He's going to find one, but yeah. What that does, though, is does it hurt them enough? No, that circle is going to stop. America's going to get that member up, and they're going to be cruising to the final circle in a 4v2v2.
And who's in the final circle? Jedi, man. The mind power is
Jedi.
able to clearly spot that zone out. Let's see if they can hold it down here.
And FAU-G doing the best that he can to start to shoot in the circle. Now, this is going to be a journey for the Americans. This isn't necessarily free for them, but this actually might help. Both the teams that are crippled fighting, the two-man squads left, is going to give them enough time. And as I say that, they are starting to make their move forward.
Yeah, Instinct's really opening this up, in my opinion, for the Americas. Yes, they are, because right there, Violent by Nature, cleaned up, wiped out right there in 3rd place.
And although we didn't really follow them a lot this game, Instinct with a lot of really good moves in this game.
Yeah, and I know if Luke is backstage, the travel distance right here, this game for Instincts has to be the most, because they went all over this map as the Americas Godspeed looking to get the back-to-back winner chicken
Just
dinner.
a formality of them at that point, but again, well fought to Instinct. And Americas, this time we said, look, based off their position, they may not be able to get that many kills. They may not be able to do a lot of work, but at the very least, they'll be able to cruise in and probably win off that. Not only did they cruise in, but
Yes,
they
sir.
actually got a good amount of kills as well.
Cruising for bruising, as we would say right there, and everybody cruising for that bruising up against Americas right there. Don't get in the way of Americas. America is looking at the open qualifiers, a aggressive squad. Game 1, they were big chilling because they wanted to get those placement points. Now that they have those placement points, they're a lot more loose, a lot more comfortable to go out there and make those moves, make those plays happen. And we saw right there 11 elim points for the Americas.
And that's kind of the last thing you want to see if you're any of the other teams in the lobby, right? Is a team getting loose, you know, just feeling it out and playing the way they want to, because they took that position early. They were able to hold out all the other teams that were encroaching on their position. And they got another dub. That's back to back.
Can they get back to back?
That's a good question.
I think so. I'm going to say I think so. I'm putting it all on the line. I'm putting my mustache on the line. I think so. Ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear that, but we'll be right back after the break. We got Rachel. We got Cammy, and God Blaze in the house.
It's a beautiful Friday to be kicking off our new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We are getting into the mix of Group B, just wrapped up our second match, Blaze. And I gotta say, there is one team that is impressing the hell out of us that neither you nor Cammy saw coming.
And none of us said it, okay?
None of us did. I gotta be honest, I definitely
and
did.
Dave let us all know that he was the only one that picked the Americas, okay? Dave is so confident, he's even put his mustache on the line that Americas will go for the 3-peat. And it's not a bad bet, but, you know, hopefully Dave ain't like me and he backs out of his predictions, all right? And, you know, speaking of that burn in silence, man, we just have a moment of silence for them later on. But this team fight that we're currently looking at, I gotta give a lot of love to Violent by Nature because these guys absolutely showed up, and Jedi was shutting down so many players on an individual level. You talk about the fight that they had with Seven Nations Army, where he won a big 1v1 fight, set his team up to be able to move in, take the 4v3 fight, come out with some points, and then recover.
Oh, yeah.
Violent,
that was not the fight they were looking for.
That was not the one that they wanted, but as you see in the standings, Violent by Nature, they are also coming away with a good amount of kills, and they're staying up there in the running. But it's a race for 1 and 2. Now, as we talk about the Americas, I said that game 1, they won primarily kind of off their rotations. You know, they were the tie for first, and we were talking about the tail between two playstyles. Well, America showed that they could slay out as well.
They could do both. They were feeling it out in the first game. They got real comfortable this second game.
Yep.
Do you think that can come around and bite them in the butt for this third match?
I definitely don't, because what they showed is that when you play the game properly, when you play for the rotations, when you play for the objectives, the kills will come to you. Some games they will, some games they won't, but as long as you win, that's all that matters.
That is true, but I got one more question for you, Guy Blaze, because we were talking about Violent by Nature early on. You saw some really great ideas from them here. Do you have maybe a thought about what they could change up going into this third match to pick up a couple more eliminations?
Well, you know, for Violent by Nature is that they are very aggressive, right? They don't mind getting into those fights, but, you know, sometimes the heal doesn't kind of work out in their favor and they could get caught out. I actually like the pace in which they're playing at. It's suiting them very well. It's just coming down to a coin flip between them and Americas in these late game circles.
Well, that's a great call out there and something to keep an eye on as we head into our third match. But let's take another look at this second match we just saw. We got Cammy over here on the telestrator, and you pulled out something interesting for us as well.
Yeah, I want to take a quick look at a mid-game rotation. This is phase, I believe, 3 it was. The second it pops and hardships up toward the north, we do see 2 teams try and go towards this single compound here. However, one team took the quick route. That's going to be burn in silence. They're in their vehicles right now. They're going to be driving straight through all this opposition here. And it's admittedly the riskier route. They could get shot up here, but fortunately, they actually get there in time. They get there before Instinct, only a few seconds, but because of that, they're able to herd Instinct into the village, into Anchorville, where granted, they were able to get second place, but it was not an easy second place. They lose 2 members, I believe, in this rotation, and that just shows you how important a few seconds can be, even like 1 or 2.
Yeah, bold choices here, deciding to cut right through the middle, take some fire, but stick to the road and have the straight shot there. So a lot of great decision-making from these teams. As they evolve, the games just get more exciting. And to take us through all that exciting action, we are very lucky to have Mustache Dave and Godspeed. How you guys doing now?
And thank you so much, Dave.
Yes, sir.
It's down to very last game of the day.
That's true.
Group B, game number 3.
2 more games.
2 more games.
April Fools. Just like the joke about my mustache, April Fools. If they win back to back to back, I'm just gonna say I knew it. But if they don't, yeah.
Oh,
I fooled
it's a
you. I
nice
fooled
option
everybody.
select. Oh, I like that. I like that indeed. But we are about to get headed into this game, and Burn in Silence. I don't want to keep harping on them, but
yeah,
I really like this team. I don't really like how many points they have right now.
Okay, well, you know, 4 more games for your favorite team here in the lobby that you said backstage will finish number 1 tomorrow in group number B. Maybe with that confidence, that Godspeed stamp of approval. That's all they needed here. That's it.
It's crazy that you remember things that I know. But I do think it's time for us to finally get into the game. So let's get into the last game of the day, Dave.
Yeah. What do I want to
April
see?
Fools. You see what I did there?
Man. Okay, it's getting a little out here.
Yeah, all right. We're even?
Yes.
Okay, we're even.
What do we want to see in the last game, though? I think I want to see Noah from YouTube's team kind of pick up the slack a little bit.
For sure, that is the team, especially, I mean, especially with like the roster that he has, I really feel like that team could definitely get more points, specifically in the frag department. They really haven't been able to. It looks like they've been having the most of their issues with rotations.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to maybe some communication issues.
It could be, yeah.
Possibly, but that could easily be fixed. You know, all you need is a little bit of team building to really bring that together. And 4 more games to go. We talked about Noah from YouTube's team members.
Yep.
All of them have heavy experience in competitive play for Battle Royale. So all we need to do is just kind of see that shine here today, and easy chicken.
Let's just get in the game and find out then.
Okay.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game of the day, the final game of Group B as we head into it. And this is yet again another river split circle.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw, what was it, Game 3 of Group A, where the Panthers were complimenting the Panthers and their ability to really hold down these river zones here. Now, we're all very impressed. So all it takes is a couple notes, a notepad, and any team to kind of imitate that here for the Panthers, or from the Panthers, that is. As we're looking at Noah from YouTube, the Banana Man here.
I actually really like that.
Gliding in style.
As they are going to be gliding straight into Chester. And so again, they have pretty much some of the best loot on the map available to them, right? So if there's any game for them to really pop off and show us what they're capable of, I would say it's the final game of the first day where they've been given Chester, but that's not even relevant right now. It's going to be 2 teams right now, Violent by Nature and 7 Nation Army, just immediately going into it. Excuse me, not 7 Nation Army, La Familia.
La Familia looking for that clapback here, the hot drop onto Violent by Nature, so this might set them back and open it up for the Americas.
This is huge.
Violent by Nature losing 2 really early on. We got Jedi with the double MP5K, Cinders with the UMP and M16. Now, it is early game, so I can't assume the M16 is customed out. Custom M16, by the way, full auto.
Yes,
is a
it's
laser,
a beast.
one
It's
of
a
my
beast.
favorite weapons here for 5.56.
Which is shocking because you love nothing but SMGs.
And P90, yeah, P90s all day. P90s, MG3s, I love everything. Sooner than later, you'll realize I love everything.
That's fair.
And talking about loving everything, the machine gun nest. I love their early game aggression here, Godspeed.
Yep. With the barrel there on the roof, King 5185 is holding down a nice little angle there, good at putting down a good amount of damage here on Instinct, and this fight's looking pretty good for them, all things considered so far.
City Hall, too. Pretty cool spot to clash with. When we did see this circle in Group A, nobody decided to take up City Hall. And there's a lot of tents, a lot of nice little nooks and crannies to hide in here. And really curious to see who will come out on top. We can see those team comps just popping off, flaring up there. in the top left-hand corner, as it does look like Nude's going to be the first one to be traded on, knocked out right there.
It is, yeah, knock for a knock there. One member of Instinct going to be taken out as well. But at the very least for the Machine Gun Nest, I believe Nudes should be able to get picked up. And now this is going to be a 4v3. And Machine Gun Nest, oh, that's another knock actually coming from the way of Sam onto Sins.
And Luke B, by the way, shout out to Luke B, said Instincts since opens have improved today by 40%.
Wow.
Talking about damage. So Instincts already doing a way better job here today.
And this was an absolute, I mean, wow, you were giving that tidbit. I mean, the teams have just been absolutely going at it. Instinct's going to find themselves another knock, actually 2 knocks and a flush, and now turning it around onto the final 2 members here of the Machine Gun Nest is going to be Nudes and King. This fight, which had started so well for them, all of a sudden turned the tables.
Overripe banana.
Dude,
Overripe banana. That's all I'm going to chalk it up to.
Oh, that thing kills me. It's a 6 skin.
If you see a banana, just let it go. Let it live.
It's not. It's a banana with some fly glasses. By the way,
it's a vibing banana.
It's
Plus the skin. Look at the skin. The gun skin. All yellow, too.
Oh, it's matching theme. Banana. It even says banana.
Does it? Oh, just in case you forgot, it says banana. See, that should be a rule of thumb here in competitive play. If you see a banana out there in the open,
leave it alone.
Leave it alone. It's a banana.
It's
a banana.
You've seen it. You've seen a banana out in the wild, right? They just want to mind their own business.
Just do banana things. For Halloween, I'm a hot dog, so I get it.
I've actually been a banana for Halloween.
Okay, so we need to get together. You got the hot dog day, we got banana Godspeed, and it looks like the rule of thumb. Yeah, it was hot dog day for Halloween. And I'm going to be hot dog day for every Halloween moving forward. I committed to it here.
Sorry, chat. We're a little off the rails here. But
well, the banana skin. That's what I'm saying.
True.
Moving out. So King is going to be in the back lines here, holding it down, maybe being that distraction play, maybe take some shots out there in the distance to make sure that Nudes can safely evacuate City Hall and look for some drone credits maybe.
That's the big
thing. The reset. Get the reset on the team because it's not over. The one thing about New State's mobile mashup that I love is in extreme mode, the drone credits, man.
Drone credits.
If you lose early on, it's not over as long as you have at least one team member up because you can definitely bounce back.
Well, I mean, you even brought up something interesting before this broadcast even started, Dave. Like some of these teams have opted to kind of pool their drone credits together early and just start with a green flare, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not give yourself that insurance, especially if you know you're a team like Burn and Science. We talked about them ad nauseum as well, who likes to play aggressive early. Give yourself the opportunity. Look, we're willing to lose one. We'll just bring them right back. And for most of the teams right now, at the very least, with members lost, I'm looking at your teams like Violent by Nature, of course, Instinct, and then the Machine Gun Nest. I imagine we'd at least get most of those, if not all those members, back up into the field.
Yeah, and another kind of to add on to that point, how I agree with you 100% is because all the teams right now, super separated, separated from each other here. There's a lot of open space to work with and a lot of roads to maneuver, rotate safely on. It is very early on in this match, so I agree with you 1,000% that we should be able to see. Now, the biggest challenge is the Machine Gun Nest right there because it's really only Nudes for the time being who was able to make it on out of City Hall safe and sound. And, you know, most of City Hall was looted up from Instinct, so I don't know what the drone credits are going to be like for them.
That's fair.
But there's still the possibility is still there is my point, Godspeed.
Yeah, and I think long-term as well, I mean, not only just that, Dave, you have to look at the teams that are currently in the circle on the east side, and it's nobody. I mean, the east side is completely open, so it is possible for a team like Seven Nation Army or even Noah from YouTube's team to just come in and take control of the east side of the river and then start to impose their will as far as teams trying to rotate in. And also, it's possible they just get a lucky shift and all of a sudden the east side becomes the side.
East side is the best side, as some would say. You know,
I'm more of a West Coast man myself.
Florida boy, born and raised out here. That interesting stat that I talked about that I threw in there, Instincts increased their damage by 40% here today. Compared to their open stats.
They look really good starting today.
What you thought on that?
I think, I mean, probably practice and prep, little VOD review, maybe just also playing nonstop could definitely help. But, I mean, Instinct wasn't a team that looked weak. It's just going into the opens, we had so many expectations on the other teams. You know, again, 4 free points being M249 Fan Club, as well as we had BIS. We even had, I mean, the SNE, who didn't end up making it here, but, I mean, they were a team that was also popping off at one point.
I guess to me, looking at Instincts, trying to analyze Instincts here a little bit, is during the opens, they reminded me a lot of like Buhos, nice and passive, playing the zones, getting that compound, big chilling, and then rotating if needed. But today, Instincts, they have been just on the ball, taking a lot of these early game fights, and that's impressive because Instincts, they did qualify in opens week 1, so they had a lot of weeks and a lot of games to really practice and nail down that perfect play style. And I think today they're showing up in their final form, and it's looking pretty solid, Godspeed.
Yeah, they've been showcasing quite a bit today, whether it's their macro rotations, their gunfights, or just their raw aggression, as you were saying. And that's something that we love to see, especially coming from the opens where you have expectations of a team, and they just kind of flip that on its head. And they're like, yo, we may have played like this, or it may have been rough, but we're here to play it. Now with the stronger lobby, some teams actually perform better when there's more pressure, or it's harder teams to play against, right? You rise to the occasion, and for me, Instincts might just be that team.
Sir, I mean they qualified week 1, right? So I guess after qualifying, that was the big ticket item.
Sure.
Some teams I've even heard they don't want to showcase their true strategies after they qualified, right?
I would tell that to 4 free points.
Oh, dude, they were just popping off here today. If you haven't seen, make sure you go watch it back again.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to watching them tomorrow. So 4 free points, kind of similar to this lobby, America's 2 chicken dinners. You know, 4 free points, getting 2 chicken dinners if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they are looking like kind of the world beaters here in this lobby of Group B, and so it's going to be interesting to see not only how they close out this game, which I imagine would probably be pretty good, but also just how they close out tomorrow as well for the qualification for the Sunday finals. And so overall, I will say, yes, Group B has been a little slower, but the caliber of the teams is still the same.
And plus, Group B's got 2 bananas. Not 1 banana, but 2 bananas.
That's a very good distinction.
Noah from YouTube, yep, the big brain was able to pinpoint and analyze the big difference right there. That's the bananas. And on a serious note, Nude's looking to take a boat date here, possibly. Oh, I was going to say, looking to take a boat date, not looking to flex on us, the banana power.
Winna banana dinner. That is just do you think he's doing this on purpose? He's like, look, I got all the skins. Hopefully the broadcast catches me. That is, oh my God, look at the windows are shades. This is by far the coolest skin I have seen in New State so far, and I've seen some dope skins.
And you know why?
That's a bold statement, I know, but I'm making it.
That's a nice one. That's a nice one. You know why I'm saying with full confidence they're doing that on purpose is because they're going the opposite direction of the circle, pretty much. The circle popped up there to the north, and they just popped in the water just for a nice little casual cruise, you know, right there. The wind blowing through your banana hair. But shout out to Nudes. I've known Nudes for a couple years now. I actually played with them in the past with another mobile Battle Royale. And just a player that just doesn't stop to grind, you know. So shout out to them here. As we mentioned, a team that by default, because their lobby qualified, and they're showing up here today. You know, I'm a little surprised, and I'm not going to BM, but I thought they were going to be more or less a fear team. I know that might be a little, you know, BM, but they're doing a great job.
I don't think, I mean, you just have high expectations for
other squads.
Yeah.
Yes. And I didn't really know too much about them, right? Because they did qualify by default. But with that in mind, they've been showing up and putting up some good fights here.
They deserve all the credit for that, and that's, you know, that's kind of actually the fun. We just look at the format of this tournament in general. You have some open teams that may not be able to showcase everything. They squeeze through or they qualify, and then in the finals they just surprise you, like, oh, this team's actually really nuts, or you know, this player is really good, or they mesh really well together, and that's. I mean, I feel like that also generally only happens in finals, right? When you get that situation where the pressure's on, that's when you really see the diamonds get cut out in the rough.
The diamonds in the rough. And they only have 7 points, but then if you look at 4th place, that's only 15. So it's
only 8 points away.
Yeah,
I mean, that's one good game.
Close. Yeah, exactly. Still pretty close as the blue zone about to finally close in here on the circle, and looks like the machine gun nests are going to be safe down there in the south. Probably still looking for a little more drone creds to get that 4th member back up, but as we predicted, Godspeed, all the teams looking healthy once again for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a game where I think the only thing I was kind of looking for as far as weirdness happening is that hard shift to the east and making the East Coast kind of the one that was going to be more viable. But no, it is going to be centered up on, ironically enough, the Alamo, maybe the last bastion of safety here for the teams. We'll see as this next circle shifts. But yeah, everyone is pretty much set up where they want to be. And as far as any action happening, it's going to be this shift that's going to start to cause that, because before everyone was comfortable.
Pretty fair circle shifts.
Yeah.
All things considered,
Truly.
right? Nothing too crazy here. Nice little off-center one right there. And down there to the south, Burnt and Silence going to be holding it down. So we might see them clash here with the machine gun nest moving forward, possibly. But then team from Noah, I like their spot. Nice little crossroads action with some sight lines on those teams to the north. So this could be team from Noah's match to really bounce back and finish day one strong here.
Especially with, I mean, 9 points is not the worst. Again, we talked about the lead up. They're only 9 points behind third place. And granted, that is instinct. They could continue to have good games here, and I probably think they will.
Yes.
But, I mean, the other teams behind, they just need to get in the top 4. They don't need to win. They don't need to get second. They don't even place in the top 3. They just need to get that top 4 spot. As far as that goes, they're only 6 points behind.
6 points behind, and then they got tomorrow, top 4. Then top 4 from Groups A and Groups B will meet, will clash on Super Sunday.
Super Sunday. Diamond
Banana versus Banana. Diamond Day versus Diamond. Godspeed out here for the money, the big money that everyone's playing for here today. So there's a lot on the line here.
There is indeed, and as I look at to see what's on the line, Violent by Nature, a team that has pretty much swept this lobby for the most part with the Americas, kind of big chilling right now, actually.
Everybody
on the north, yeah, they're coming in on the northeast. Now, they will, at some point, maybe have to contend with a team of La Familia just there up to the north, but they've got good sightlines on pretty much this entire circle.
Sightlines.
What do they do with it, though? That's the question, as they're still not necessarily set up quite yet, as there are a few teams around them. But again, I'm really looking at the team on the north.
So to answer your question, what you do with it, I think pop some tires, you know, take out that late game utility, the ability for teams to kind of use these vehicles to build their own cover, maybe even look to take out some helmets durability, some vest durability, just any little thing that adds up big time in late game of just extracting value away from your opponents, right?
Yep, and that can be done, as you said, whether you're taking durability away from vehicles, you're shooting out tires, or you're just doing damage to the players themselves, whether you're taking out vests, helmets, whatever you can do is always going to benefit you, especially if you have a team on the outside trying to come in, or a team that's somewhat on the edge and you know they're going to cut out the next circle.
Yeah, take it away. Even the meds, you know, they're gonna
you're gonna have to use meds, exactly.
And depending on their drone credits situation, they're not gonna be able to reset. As we see right there, with no honor, was pretty much easily cleaned up right there from La Familia on the outskirts. As checking in with Noah from YouTube, calling in some 5.56 out here. Okay, setting up.
Use it. I mean, why not? They're in a very solid position, as you stated before, on that crossroads, and show. With all the sightlines that they do have, they should be able to do a decent amount of damage. Not only just a decent amount of damage, but just hold their ground and maybe get some kills off that as well and get some much-needed points. As they're just kind of chilling right now.
Holding it down.
Holding it down. Oh, there's another banana right there. It's going to be Noah himself.
Ooh, he wants that. He wants that care package. That thing is right next to him.
I think that banana is actually taller than him. Not only in-game, but in real life. You know, I'm not sure.
I can't confirm or deny. A 6-less out here with the M24.
I got to do the new state event with Noah. He's a great guy. His height
he's pretty tall.
His height seems to be a constant issue, so I thought I'd just kind of take my little jab at him. But great guy. Hopefully, again, his team gets some good points here.
Talking about points, Cinders out there, and the kill feed is going to be connected on. This is Cinders from Violent by Nature up there on the high ground, La Familia. Looking like La Familia, taking some nice shots out there. One of their team members knocked out, but La Familia still going to be holding it down, looking for that revive, probably working together as a unit to pick up this down squad member. And the blue zone here, Godspeed, it is right knocking on their doorstep for both teams, for both La Familia and Violent by Nature. So they're going to have to clean this northern edge off, in my opinion, pretty quickly. And then keep in mind those shots from downtown, from team from Noah.
Now again, La Familia, they do need to clean this up fairly quickly, because neither of the, as you stated, neither of these teams are in the circle here. As we see Peel now going for some aggression with utility, maybe find a lucky knock or just push them back, because both of these teams are fighting for basically just an edge.
Yeah. That's all I need. Look how many teams are alive. All
Everyone,
8 teams.
yeah.
All 8 teams still alive here.
And all of them full but 2.
Oh, man. And we're almost to that 18-minute
It's phase 5.
Yes, it is.
This is going to be a mess.
It's practically late game, in my opinion. Or at least
It is
close
late game.
to it, right?
No,
At
this is about to be phase 6, Dave, and we have all 8 teams alive. That is actually
Insane.
ridiculous.
Insane.
And look at the circle. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath.
So La Familia, they are able to pull up to this tower, get that second story, tuck and roll up there, and looks like at least 2 of them are going to be safe for the time being. And they're going to have some nice sight lines onto Violent by Nature up there in the north, but they also need to keep tabs on Team from Noah, not over peak and get one tapped.
And any knock like that is going to be pretty detrimental for these teams, because that's going to be the signal for everyone else to start to make that push, especially if it's a team that is in an advantageous position. As we now look again at Santi with that Bolt. What is he going to do here? What is their play? BIS still in. Again, they have to worry about the team to their east, which is Machine Gun Nest.
Only 2, though.
Yep, only 2 members. So this
Ooh.
ideally should be a nice clean hold for them, and then they'll be able to start to focus on the other teams towards the center of the circle. But, I mean, remains to be seen. It looks like the Machine Gun S is actually being more of a nuisance than they thought.
Yeah, Cry over here looking to cook a grenade, looking to toss a grenade. Is going to be out there exposed to the elements here very shortly. But Sins getting chunked down pretty low on their knees. Mercy with the barrel looking to clean up King over here as Santi was traded on here, Godspeed.
Yep, Violent by Nature out as well. That's going to be good news for all the rest of the members of this lobby, as that was one of the leaders. And even for the Americas, only 1 member up. Now that 1 member is currently, or was in the dead center of the last circle, still in the current circle. So at the very least, Singularity is in survival mode. Should be able to get at least a couple more points there, but it's all down to what King can do. The last member alive for the Machine Gun Nest, and he is in a precarious, would be an understatement situation.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Burn and Silence are going to look to clean up their backside, that spoiler from King, or if they're going to look ahead and try to reposition, because the next circle does not favor them here. Yes, they have the hilltop, the high ground, and it looks like they're going to stay back just a little longer to make sure to take that thorn out the side of the Tiger Paw.
It's a dangerous proposition, Dave. It's not one that I necessarily would like to undertake myself, but these teams are starting to rotate in. It is going to be Burn and Silence now wrapping all the way to the south, and they're going to run into, it looks like Instinct actually. And Instinct are going to crash onto that one building there that housed the final member of the Americans in Singularity, and this is an absolute mess.
Oh no, Sam, stay alive. This is your match. America's and Violent by Nature both down. The first place and second place team
and
so
third
far.
place potentially almost out.
That's what I'm saying. Instincts, they want to continue to carry that baton, and they were taken out right there. So that's 7 Nations Army. This is their game. This opens it up on the overall leaderboard.
This is absolutely massive now for all the teams that were hunting for points, and those points were getting sponged up by the top 3. All 3 are now down. Realistically, the only 2 truly healthy teams are Team from Noah and 7 Nations Army. Everyone else fractured and found wanting here for a better position, as this circle has given nobody any favors.
Yeah, Noah from YouTube, though, his team, they got a lot of drone credits. I want to see them try to utilize these credits. I know it's late game, but
nice
Sixless, the spray down through the window.
That's a beautiful nade.
Pulling up with a grenade, but getting shot in the process. The tuck and roll, 30% HP, and Noah from YouTube on the flank with the support right here, Godspeed.
Just doing whatever they can, but I am just absolutely baffled at the amount of resilience that La Familia here has, and the help from all the other teams. And finally, it's going to be Team from Noah actually taking them down, but at what cost?
Costs a lot, man. It costs a lot, but they also gained a lot. 6th place, or 6 elim points, that is, on the leaderboard right there on the right-hand side.
And 7 Nation Armor all of a sudden in 2nd place, and still 4 alive, and arguably, as long as they get out of the blue here and set up a nice little barricade with their vehicles, poised to win this game.
Burn and Silence, Guy Blaze, that's your team. You got Cry, you got Mercy.
And they're going to find a knock, potentially 2. Damage going out now. BIS, what is your play? They can't really tank the blue anymore. It is way past that point. He's gonna heal. Oh, he's gonna take so much damage for that heal though. And wait from behind!
Son, with the scar, the custom scar spray down for
As
the
I
double.
say, Seven Nation Army potentially being the best ones to win, but they are just getting sandwiched by two separate teams. It is now a 2-on-1. Team from Noah with a beautiful opportunity, but it's not gonna be enough. Seven Nation Army gonna close it out. And oh my, what a day, or what a way to close out the day.
I want to go back to what we were talking about, 17, 18 minutes in this game. Still, all 8 teams alive. And with the click of a button, everybody, almost everybody just wiped out right there.
I gotta give it up to Seven Nation Army. The ability to navigate that circle, knowing how many were still left at the end, and the fact that they were not only able to find kills, but keep 4 alive for so long, that was the key to victory for me.
Big game for them. And I wonder if they recognize that both the Americas and Violent by Nature were taken out early on, right? In the kill feed.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, they probably communicate with each other like, this is our match. This is our moment to really pop off and shine here and pretty much play catch up on the overall leaderboards while everybody else that they were chasing was knocked out pretty early on.
Well, I certainly hope that's exactly what they were doing. And that's going to be it for us, Dave, of course. We are going to go to a break, but stay tuned because we have the post-game show right after this with our amazing desk.
match of Group B has concluded, and Blaze, Cam, we got to that final circle, and none of our top teams from the earlier matches were to be found. We had a different winner this time, and a totally different spread throughout the game.
Yes, we did, man. And when it comes down towards those teams at the bottom end of the standings going into game number 3, talk about being gifted a blessing at the end of the day, all right? You go into that final circle, then all of a sudden, Violent by Nature, they're out of here. Americas, they're out of here. Instinct, they're out of here. The top 3 teams gone. And then we saw Seven Nations Army. They said, hey, this is going to be a prime opportunity for us to come up in the standings. And that's exactly what they did.
What I will say, though, is that I'm still feeling like there's some, I don't know, conservative nature by a couple of these different teams. They don't want to really push that opportunity that you just said. They had a great opportunity to grab a couple of points, but we still saw a number of different teams wait pretty long to actually make any moves. You can see the full standings right now. Americas are still at the top despite of that. So, you know, even though the gap has been closed a little bit, they're still the team to beat here. But yeah, I don't know. It's still, I'm torn on a couple of these different teams on if they really utilize that opportunity to the fullest extent.
Yeah.
One of the things we're going to have to start thinking about as we get through tomorrow's games, as we take a look at the standings at the end of today, how are these teams going to match up with Group A? So we saw how Group B panned out. Group A had a little bit of a different distribution, thanks in part to 4 free points, which were never free at any point in their game.
20 points over second place right there. Talk about having a standout performance, all right? And when it comes down to that MVP race, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but they got 2 players in a team who are in the running.
Yeah.
That they do.
I mean, honestly, I was looking at a different team going into Group A, but for 3 points, looking at their performance in the qualifiers, it really does seem that looseness was mostly them just seeing how far they could take it. You know, when you go into a gym, you warm up first, and then you do the full bench presses and everything properly. They're doing it properly here. 20 points ahead of second place. They have more kills and placements individually from third place points overall.
They're terrorizing everybody, and I swear they got Jason and Freddy Cougar on their team, okay? and when I'm talking about Freddy, I mean sleep, all right? 8 kills apiece between the both of them, and you know, you got this duo on the lobby. It doesn't matter, you know, we play that 2-2 meta and they spread out. Yeah. It works out for them because they can cover so many areas on the map and just get so much intel, and they're very good at doing it, especially when they're up that much. They have the freedom to play around like that.
Absolutely, yeah. Group A, we touched on it earlier in the day. A little bit of Wynnsanity in there. We even spoke to Wynn himself. And one of the players we asked him about, was he looking forward to playing against Noah and Noah's team, should they both make it to Sunday? Well, we've got Noah here now. Noah, it's good to see you again. Excellent new state play. You enjoying the tournament so far?
I mean, I've been enjoying watching the matches after being in them, but I've got to say, being in those games is extremely stressful. I had the privilege of casting earlier on for one of the qualifiers, and that was a much more experience. Going against these teams is tough, man. Like, I'm sweating a little bit. It's a completely different experience playing in these.
You know, Noah, I got a question for you. So you guys got a chance. You got a chance to cast before. You guys got a chance to watch the first group play. Did you learn anything from that going into Group B and being that second group to kick off the day? Did you guys make any adjustments whatsoever?
So I thought I had learned a lot, but like I said, once we got in there, it was just a much different experience because you don't have the privilege of having the radar and seeing the map breakdown. So with the limited amount of like knowledge that we had in game, honestly, you know, what you see from casting doesn't really translate in game. So at least we got the experience down. I think that was the most important part because a couple of my teammates, they were running off of very limited experience, and especially having none in a competitive scenario in the game. I think that experience is what's really going to drive us moving forward. So we're going to take on what we need to improve on, just maybe go back and watch a couple of the little mistakes that we did and hopefully correct them in our next couple of games.
Well, you guys have a couple of really good players on that team overall. Looking at that final game, frankly, you guys had no right getting as far in as you did, but you fragged out a bunch. And so that at least means that you have good tools to utilize while correcting those mistakes, whether it's early mid-game rotations or even just positioning. Do you have anything you can tell us? I don't want you to give anything away maybe to your competitors who will, of course, be watching the VOD, but what can you feed us info about like how you're going to be adjusting going into tomorrow?
So we definitely learned that our team's strong suit is foot play. Whenever we were in vehicles, we had found ourselves just over rotating or rotating out in the open. And I mean, if you guys had seen it in the second game, our entire team was eliminated across 2 different vehicles just driving. We never even shot a single bullet, and that was the game that we felt we were most looted and most prepared for fights. So going into our third match, we tried to rotate in vehicles less, basically hold down a spot in center zone and then just hold our ground and really rely on our gun skill, and that did result in a better placement, more kills. So I definitely think that we're going to try to play towards our strong suit of having really strong gun skill and maybe spend less time rotating in those vehicles, because we definitely had limited visuals and especially in first person perspective, it's hard to see what you're driving into. So that's our biggest thing that we're more than likely going to be adapting to, is just trying to hold down some sort of power position a bit longer. I think going into our first couple of games, we were a bit more sporadic, but now we're starting to feel more comfortable. We're getting more of a feel for how lobbies are playing. So I definitely think that's going to be our main change. But we'll keep some secrets to ourselves for sure.
Oh, I can't wait to see those secrets play out over the course of the next 3 matches, and then potentially on Grand Finals Sunday, where you could be facing up. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I believe in you, Noah. You've been working on this game since it launched, making great content, doing excellent analysis. So if a team can make it, I think you can lead them there. But Noah, if you get there and Wynnssanity's there, I want to know your feelings on that potential matchup.
I mean, they have a lot of points right now, okay? There's no denying that, but I'm going to just go on the record and say they have the easier lobbies. I think when we make it to Sunday, if they want to come to us, we'll welcome it. I said this earlier in the interview, with warm, open arms, I could use a squad to just come over and deliver us a 4 free squad point kill. Like, I'm down for all that. So, yeah, definitely, if Wynn wants to challenge us, I'll tweet him in the DMs, tell him exactly where we're going to go, and we can duke it out. That's
Here we go. I thought you watched their games.
We watched them. I'm still going to say, you know what, we'll duke it out. We got our work cut out for us. We're going to do some practice, and then we're coming in. We're going to be a completely different squad tomorrow. 3 wins in a row.
Like it.
Wow, I can't wait to see it, Noah.
Yeah.
Good luck to you and your team. Get some good rest. Bring the fire tomorrow. Anything you want to say as well as goodbye?
Honestly, it's a lot tougher than it looks. That's what I'll say. And I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much for popping on to talk to us. Congratulations once again to you and your team for doing so well, bringing out a great showing. Gentlemen, we have more information now than we did at the start of the day when I asked you to make some predictions, to ask you to pick favorite teams. So now that you've watched them all play, you've gained some more insight.
Yes, we have.
Blaze, tell me who you're thinking for Sunday.
Woo, for Sunday, for that grand final Sunday, that championship bracket. You know, after seeing Group A and seeing Group B, my 8 teams to watch. You got 4 free points. You're going to have Boho Gaming. You're going to have Strangers BD, Team Sanity, America's Violent by Nature, Burn in Silence, and Instinct. You know, when it came down to these 4 teams, you all, firstly, you know, 4 free points, they slayed out on everybody. We had to have them up there. Them, Violent by Natures, America's, and Boho's Gaming, those 4 teams I felt like were the most polished across the board. My other 4 teams, you know, also add Team Sanity in there as well. I can't leave those guys out.
Oh, no.
Those 5 teams across the board I felt like was the most dominant. The other 3, it's up in the air based off tomorrow's performance. Now, when it comes down to Team Sanity, Sam is our kill leader of the day, dropping 10. So you better keep your eye on that man tomorrow, all right? Because the content creators, boy, they looking to create a show.
An
they set up the
opportunity
stage,
to get $5,000 is what they're trying to create there. And that's what our top kill leader's taking home after we give out all the prizes to everybody else on Sunday. It's an additional $5K for the kill leader. But Cam, you've got an idea of 8 potential teams as well for Sunday.
Yeah, I have. There are a couple that I share with Blaze here. A couple that are different. Going in from Group A. Listen, I understand. Pure Love and the Panthers, they didn't look that great, but it was only 3 games. It's a very small sample size. And just thinking back on their games in the qualifiers, I can't believe this is going to be the same team. So I still have full faith. It might be cope, but I have full faith that they're going to be coming out swinging tomorrow. As for Group B, I'm looking at Burn in Silence and team from Noah to also make a similar come up. I just like how both teams are approaching. And Noah, again, as we saw, even though some of the games might be looking a little ragtag here and there, the gun skill that we saw in the very 3rd game, I'm buying it.
Yeah, they learned a lot. They learned a lot. You know, it's about handling that pressure in these lobbies, and you really don't know what it's like until you get into it for the first time, okay? And I agree with Cam on some of the teams that he talked about in Group A. They got the first game jitters out. They kicked off the broadcast. I think they will have a better performance tomorrow, you know, squads like Pure Love.
Absolutely, and this is the very first New State mobile mashup. This is the first time esports is stepping out in a big way in New State. So if all these teams have some first-time jitters to work out, it makes a little sense.
Yeah.
But it's only going to get better as we get into the games tomorrow, and of course, as we get all the way to Championship Sunday. But we're wrapping it up here today on Friday before our games tomorrow. So, gentlemen, what will you be dreaming about tonight as you curl up in your hotel bed, ready for more games?
I just want more aggressive plays. Like a few moments that we've broken down already over the 6 that we saw today. There were a couple of moments that a team might have been too scared. Listen, I know it's very intimidating in a Battle Royale that there is the team that you're focused on, and then there's so many potential third parties around you, but that's why the information game is so important.
Yeah.
You cannot waste time. You cannot waste seconds. Lord, you just need to pull the trigger and take the fight.
Yeah, I agree with that, okay? And that kind of leads me into what I'm looking forward to tomorrow, right? I need a few players out there pulling that trigger because I want to see some more snipes out there, all right? We didn't see enough snipes throughout the day. Snipes and focus fire. We saw a lot of players out in the open and a lot of, teams in, rotating. They, should have got caught out. I felt like easy kills around the map that didn't get picked up. But, hey, those snipers, hopefully they come through tomorrow and put on a show for us.
All right, well, Cammy D, Guy Blaze, and of course we had Godspeed and Mustache Dave doing our casting. If you're watching at home, we invite you to tweet us at New State Mobile. Speak your wishes for the remainder of the tournament. But I've been your host, Seltzer, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow for more New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final.